If you're gonna serve time off in church, might quiet and survive in your first crime. What are you, Mason? Check case or scuttlebutt? Many a mouse found erased in a rubber rut. You won't get a statement from the station for your troubles, cause every rotten cop is in the pocket of the upper floor. Streets fun, never no peace. I'm no better when the heat's on. Return Jack to Ghost Pepper. Rope it open, have to cast a rotoscope or dent you. Trick it through the blows so I know which of my foes sent you. If you give a mouse a clue, you will pursue that clue until its true conclusion. If you give a mouse a gun, what have you done? There must have been other solutions. If you give a mouse a clue, you will pursue that clue until its true conclusion. If you give a mouse a gun, you better run before he figures out to shoot one. My oh my, it's a heavenly trip. That mama can't count their French breed dip. Got a tail full of holes in your alibi Swiss. Leave your tail full of holes while they empty the clip and a spray. Think twice before you try that again. Blind mice and crime doesn't pay. Even a pocketbook gets a raise. With each crook I put you in the grave. One tobacco in my cheek pouch. Kiss the back door if you hear a squeak bounce. How you like Jerry with the Tommy gun now? Damn it, deep down dirty. I've been dying to clean house. One rat tat and the whole pack scatters. Fun fact, if they don't, then they go back tattered. Dangerously mad face but gad if you ask Hatter. Half is not the fraction I've chosen to go and ass matter. Stone face like my brain is in a rock fork. 1, 2, 3, and I'm here to show you what for. Pack, rat, pack, get a rat, a tat, tat. Leave it out of tash, trash. Roll it buzzy like a start for. I'm for spraying up the mob, got shooting me. Ragged out beautifully, arms all noodly. Lay him on the boards, got a love charcuterie. Drop you in a coffin, lid top with a cube of cheese. Have you come to your senses from your grievous offenses? For a case so demented to proper lonely detective. If you give a mouse a clue, you will pursue that clue until its true conclusion. If you give a mouse a gun, what have you done? There must have been other solutions. If you give a mouse a clue, you will pursue that clue until its true conclusion. If you give a mouse a gun, you better run before he figures out to shoot one. If you give a mouse a clue, you will pursue that clue. Oh, you better believe I'm gonna pursue that clue. If you give yeah, clue would be great, but how about a little bit of Wesley there? I'll catch get your vision. Got it. Red Lester. Oh, I was about to ski there. Monterey. Pepper Jack. Gouda. Got any Gouda? I'm working up a hunger. Ah, forget it. You don't like cheese? That's fine. There's one thing I can't stick. It's lactose intolerance.
Sleeping deep beneath the sleepers of the isle. There's a demon creature.
I guess it's time. It's been a week. Let me put this down. Are we ready for a duel? I know it's been a week. How's everybody doing? Welcome to another Preggo stream and that sort of stuff. Let's first talk about the week. What did I do last week again? Yeah, on Thursday it went well because I had like volunteer work, which was thing. You're ready for a duel? Okay, this time my time to go. My hint to go. This is my hint to go. How's life? I forgot to get something. Then and last Thursday I got like pain in my eye, but it went really quickly well after Friday. But ever since then, there's like one little weird spot on my eye, which I go tomorrow for on the doctor. But it's meh. Why is life meh? If you feel like telling, because you don't have to tell. I think. So that's the only real thing that happened this weekend, and this weekend that was by my mother. The funny thing is, like, this weekend in a nearby city, there was like a cooking advice given off to like an L alert, or basically the emergency service. Just not good nor that bad. That's also fine. If it's not good, or well, that maybe that's not fine. But if it's not bad, I mean that's good. Also very bored. Rip. thing. But in the nearby city has given like this weekend has given off like a cooking advice because the E. coli bacteria was like found in the water. And, you know, you needed to cook it and that sort of stuff. But it was not a city that I was part of, nor did I get water from the surface that provides to this city and that sort of stuff. It was Saturday morning, 1:30 in the morning, when I was editing the video, still, or waiting for my video to done editing, when I suddenly heard like, I got like an emergency service alert for those regions where I am not part of to cook my water. And I was like, really? And that sort of stuff. And the funny thing is, like, Saturday, my parents, you know, my mother and her friend brought me home. We were sitting all three in the same car and driving towards my home. And I got the emergency service alert again that the advice was given up, but they didn't. They didn't at the first place. All three at the same spot, eh? I'm pretty sure my phone is older, so it should have like less reach, but I guess I was at the correct spot. Thing. And that sort of stuff. But furthermore, the weekend was great. Catched up with my mother and that sort of stuff. Apparently they got a new dog, which I never knew of because with Easter I was in Italy. By Rashi. And Monday was just a chill day and that sort of stuff. And yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday were integration work. That's the thing that like I do have noticed, like as you know, like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. When was it? Let me search that up. Again. I think it was a month ago that I said this, but was it roughly a month ago? Never mind. Roughly a month ago. Roughly a month ago, I said, you know, hey, I'm gonna like say, hey, I'm now a pregnant gendered girl and that sort of stuff. And ever since then, I have been updating, basically, you know, art and that sort of stuff towards fitting my pregnant side and that sort of stuff. Thing. And as you're aware, hold on, let me. And as you're aware, I have been currently working on. I can do it like this. As you've been aware, I'm currently working on grass type, Elise. That same time I was grass type. I know. I updated the art, you know, recently to match all their breast type, but I'm gonna once again update them all. Normal type should already be out on the socials, but water type will be coming soon. And thing. But you know the funny thing, ever since I choose to accept my pregnant neogender, I don't know, like on the other hand I feel like, should I put like Preggo at like my reference sheet? Because if I'm only gonna use Preggo reference sheet, is that then not your Elise reference sheet? Or like on the other hand I feel like, yeah, it sounds funny, but on the other hand, like, is it needed? So do know that like a lot of art will be reworked into, you know, Preggo belly version and that sort of stuff. And thing. And for example, I have already done also the introduction channel of mine. By the way, if you're not in my Discord, this is a good idea, you know, to join my Discord. You can do that by exclamation mark Discord or checking out my Linktree and that sort of stuff. But as you can see behind me, the art, at least in my introduction channel and that sort of stuff, has been updated too. And my Sekai or my Discord introduction channel. And the idea is basically that, as I said, this channel behind me will disappear in the future. That will be I Discord, you Discord. And I know you Discord, but other people that watch it who might not in the Discord and want to stay up to date with my channel and that sort of stuff. Because I'm the most active in this place, so I give the most updates here. But in the end, this channel will disappear. And this will be my only main reference sheet channel, as you know. So this will be... I will update this on the socials, but this will be my official thing. But the thing is, I've been recently thinking about, like, is it then necessary to say, like, this is my Preggo pregnant look of my V2 look? Is that a V2 main Vocaloid look thing? But on the other hand, you know, I find it funny. I don't know. Thing. So, on the other hand, I find it funny. But do know that like other references are coming, and eventually the goal is to do all the Project Elise art. Lore pictures will be coming also, so that like for example, if I take this, then this will also be changed to, you know, belly version and thing. And but that's the thing, like, which I've learned in my basically art, I guess, in my neo-gender life. It's the same as being a transgender, in sense of like you're trying to express a new identity. And I think for me, mostly in now is the fact of like expressing that identity to the outside world, even if it's small in my pronoun. You know, to be like, hey, I want to be called Preggo. Or if it's more like maybe, you know, showing the profile picture with my pregnant belly and that sort of stuff, or thing, because I know who I am, and I know how to look or how I want to look. But as being with a transgender, you know, for the first time, and telling other people that, hey, I'm a girl, you know, I want to dress female and that sort of stuff. But being the pregnant neo-gender especially is going to be like even weirder. But it's also going to require me to tell again, you know, to eventually dress maybe more, yeah, the thing. But also finding that Preggo identity truly out, besides belly, and maybe the belly is for me an important expression. But thing, because as I said, at home I can be who I want, dress how I want and that sort of stuff. I have my VTubing community, you guys and girls who support me in who I am and who I be, even if it's not always people think that I'm crazy, cuckoo crazy, but people can think what people want and that sort of stuff. But for me now, mostly there are two things that I think I need to work on with my neo-gender. And that is A, you know, bringing it out to the world in little steps and building up their confidence. Because I still do notice, for example, if I, you know, go with my belly outside to throw out the trash and that sort of stuff, that is like a little time outside. But I'm still busy with like, you know, what do people think if the people look at me, you know, and that sort of stuff. So that's still present. And I might have to think, but I don't know if I will. I might have to do that. Like, as I said earlier, that big pregnant belly of mine, that is a big part of my expression. But I can't be perma-pregnant in real life, you know. Maybe I can, maybe I don't. But you get the gist of it. No, I don't want to think. I just want to go outside, brain on zero. And that sort of stuff. I get to that in a second. But like, you know, the big belly is part of my expression. But I can't be perma-pregnant outside. Or in life. Maybe I can, who knows. But so I might have to see, can I find something else that gives me the same happiness, the same confidence in like who I am, and it's still Preggo me, but without said belly. And I know you can say, Elise, well, if you want to be pregnant and pregnant identity, you can like pretend that you just got pregnant and don't have the belly yet. Yeah, that's actually, now that I said, that's actually rather smart. I got the thing. But for me also, a part of my problem is, at least that's the way I think everything in black and white. As a sense, to give an example, last week I had a conversation with my job coach and my integration work as like, how does it go? And eventually, you know, it went really well and that sort of stuff. And eventually they hammered on feedback. And that crushed me because I don't think feedback is the problem. In sense of like, you know, feedback, that I need to learn how to handle feedback and I need to learn how to give feedback. They wanted me to sit in a day and, you know, write down or think about what went wrong and what went good. Luckily, they don't do that now anymore or ask me of me, but like, I boldly said to like that coach that checks how that goes with me, I boldly said to her, yes, last week after the conversation, like, I'm not gonna do that because I don't see how, you know, what the need of it is and thing. But also the thing is, as I said, like when they said the feedback, I really broke down almost after talking with Rashi because to me it felt like, you know, I became eventually my identity. I showed it to the world, in response to what the world said, you know, push that identity back down. And that crushed me. But eventually later, I was sitting down and I was like, okay, why do they say that? You know, to think in the gray area, because I don't have to hide my identity. You know, I don't have to hide it. But I also don't have to like explain to everybody what my identity is and why I feel good, and I don't have to defend it. And I think that is the main problem. That if I walk outside, you know, with my identity or my gender expression, and somebody would walk up to me and say, "Hey, why is that?" That I don't have to explain, you know, back in 2020, you know, back in 1998 when I was born and that sort of stuff, you know, thing. And that courage, I think, of like, you know, building up. And like thinking in gray areas, as in I can show that I love having a big belly and still walk around without. And that my pronoun is Preggo and this is how I, you know, am happy and that sort of stuff. I think I need to learn in that. But that eventually is coming in like little steps. Like, for example, as I said, you know, first, you know, throw out the trash with a big belly or being pregnant and that sort of stuff. Then do a walk around the block, do groceries, eventually go to volunteer work, you know, maybe tell your family. It's the same with the transgender life, actually, and I find that funny, because if I look back at my transgender life, it's the same progress in the same part, but, yeah. But that's for me to figure out, that's me to figure out. I've been talking for way too long. But do know that, like, as I said, I still stand behind my pregnant neo-gender choice, and that I'm the pregnant gendered girl. And that's not gonna change, that's not gonna go away, and that sort of stuff. So do know that in the future, yeah, sometimes you just need to, yeah. Yeah, no, but the thing is, like, I think, like I said a moment ago, I think if outside somebody will, like take my Vtubing. I really never talked about my Vtubing, you know, with people, because I was afraid of what other people thought if I said I was a pregnant Vtuber. And I felt like I needed to defend that, you know, defend it, explain it, and that's the problem. I don't have to explain it, I don't have to defend it. If this is how I am, and this is how I want to be, then so be it, you know? If you get what I mean? Like, if it makes me happy, why should I, like, try to explain to your parents that being pregnant makes me happy? You know? You get what I mean? Pet. So, but that is also think maybe it's not needed. Like a thing to alter the alternative to the belly. But as I said, to me that belly feels a big part of my gender expression. But you can't really be perma pregnant always. Like now I said, I can always say that, like, I can't always pretend that I just got pregnant and that I have a small belly and so be the Preggo, you know. So maybe that helps if I think like that to make me feel Preggo, but think. Let me do. Are there like rules to this? Let me do one warm-up duel and then. Let me do one warm-up duel and let's then open cards and then duel against others. But that's the thing, like as I said, neo-gender is the same, like a same bit as transgender girl, only it is like less known and that sort of stuff. I didn't click anything. Huh? Okay. A thing, and I still need to figure stuff out, but as I said, how I am now, I think is how I'm gonna be forever. Like, I finally feel that, like, I feel more confident, I feel happy that I finally can expose who I am. I do need to be a bit more confident. As in sense of, like, I need to learn how to express it more and get that confidence. And maybe it's like small bits outside, you know. You know, maybe it's in small bits outside and then, you know, go groceries. And that sort of stuff. And then from there. But that's for me to do, and I have to figure it out. But everything on time, everything in its step. gonna be mean. De wifi hier is trashier dan de ones at McDonald's. Oef. 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 Big oef. Big oef. Did it not play? This is mean. Hold on, that was like, I hate gambling. Hold on. Let this Preggo. Why is that not working? Huh? Why is it not working?
Let's go gambling! Let's go gambling! Gambling, gambling! Is that all you ever say? That's all I hear anymore! I can't take it anymore! I hate gambling!
I don't know what I did. Apparently it worked. I didn't do anything. Oh, I have it now. I have it now. Watch. It's a quick effect, right?
Let's go gambling! Let's go gambling! Gambling, gambling! Is that all you ever say? That's all I hear anymore! I can't take it anymore! I hate gambling!
Oh, I don't control dark synchro monsters, so it's not a quick effect. God damn it. This is gonna be a problem. I don't know why it was so delayed, but I didn't fix anything. I didn't do anything. So, but yeah, as I said, like, I finally feel like happy with who I am. But now, win a duel. I'm pretty sure I didn't win a duel, but okay. No, okay. Win a duel. Huh. Elise doesn't win a duel. But yeah. And there's things for me to figure out. And think. But this Preggo is gonna do that, and this Preggo is gonna be happy how Preggo's gonna be. Orclus, Kimpel, Skeleton, Reverse Breaker, D-Counter, Allergeist, Emulative, Mimighoul Fork, Swarm of Centipedes, Mimighoul Flower, and Mimighoul Fairy. Huh. Is that stupid dragon? I think I've seen that dragon before. Gagnamer, Born of the Burning Abyss, Royal Magic Library, Battery Man 9 Volt, oh, Orchidoric Origin, Screams of the Bandits, Spring Gans Blast, Spring Gans Call, en Arblum the Shrouded Dragons. What was like, that was... No. Huh. Dang. And I always love Yugioh mispronouncing names. I love mispronouncing names. Maxaloid Army, Deploy Obligado, Heritage of the Lights, Mega Lilith Promotion, Red Arrows, 3 Brigade Kit, 3 Brigade Neverall, 3 Brigade Standoff, en Cattle Call. I have no idea what this pack is. FR Whip Crosser, more Patronic Repair Unit, Ragnara Chain Coils, Metamalic Metro, another Springless Beast, another Springless Blast, another Sprite Shelters, and another Stupid Dragon. Which names I can't read. Is that all the secret packs? Those are all the secret packs that I have. Currently. If somebody wanna duel me, if somebody wants to duel me, let me know in the comments. And not the comments down below, let me know in chat. And I will set something up. And that's what I have 8 gems. Otherwise I'm gonna do a few of these to get these levels. I think it's a level 6. But I have 5 to win. Like if I have to win. Thing. But yeah, like I don't know, like if I truly am gonna like look for something that like can replace the importance of my ability of my identity, because yeah, it is still, you know, a pregnant identity, and being part of being pregnant is your big pregnant belly and that sort of stuff, especially at the end stage, which I've come to love. That thing. Hi Aurora, is your internet back? Yeah, I thought your internet died, that you like you were thing, my bad. I will do after this duel. I really have no idea. My bad, I will after this duel. Is this a one-turn Exodia? No. Yeah, my bad. But you said your internet was, you know, your Wi-Fi was trashy, so. It's a flower. How do you call the fuck do you call this? Fluonderacy. If I, you know, mispronounce a card every time and get a penny for that, I'll be rich. The Wi-Fi is trashy. Oh. Yeah, I thought I thought trashy as a bad. Like, I'm a dumb Preggo, eh? You know that. I mean, I still have to figure out my identity after 27 years. So. Are we gonna start an animal zoo or something? Thank you, Sari Borch. Be rich. Yeah, but like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. If there's Preggo, you know, I got a penny for every time I mispronounce a card. I will be rich. Saribot Benton. Thank you, Saribot. I guess I'll battle you in 10 minutes. Or 15. Or something like that. No? What do you mean no? This guy takes 10 to 15 minutes to complete their turn. It's not my problem. Well, actually it's my problem because... Oh, rich. Oh, rich. You're still not done? Vloer andere die? Oh, this was not even your normal summon. Oh. There's still the thing that amazes me the most in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels that people can remember how to play a deck combination. I even trouble to remember one. Yeah, activate your summon card, do it. Okay, I have to put everything in defense position. Yippee. Is it my turn? I hate decks like that, I swear to fucking god. Well, I'm not allowed to play a card in 2 minutes. Okay, no, players that take longer than 90 seconds to become instant. Can we just ban players that play on my turn? Like, I don't care that you play 50 minutes on like your own turn, but it is my turn, you know, mine. I'll see you in 20 minutes again, people. I'm gonna take a sip of water, or I'm gonna do the laundry. And hi, Arctic, welcome to the stream. Are you done? Am I allowed to play the game? Or you have to summon 30 of your cards again? I'm gonna make you draw your whole deck. Oh wait, you can, because I can't use my summons. I know he's waiting for the right moment and that sort of stuff, but... Wait, I can't use that because it's an attack position. Oh wait, it's not special summoned. Never mind! Take you. And take you. I have to play this correctly, but I'm gonna fuck this up somehow. How big do you guys think the chances that I'm gonna fuck this up? You're letting me do this? I feel at this point the opponent should be disqualified for taking too long. Yeah, but really. They have a timer, so if you take too long, you automatically like lose the match. But some people take 30 minutes to play on your turn. Like now. Make your fucking decision. Nobody reads in this game. Don't pretend to read, because nobody reads in this fucking game. Yeah. He is only pretending to read. And that sort of stuff. So which negate are you gonna negate? You're gonna negate that effect? Because I only can use that once a turn. Huh. You chose that attack? Huh. Interesting choice, but interesting choice. I wouldn't have chosen that, but... Because I don't know why he chose this, because technically it's special summon, so special summons should already be disabled because of this guy. And thing. Oh. Are you done? Oh, I already banished these. Did I not summon them? That's interesting. You're not chaining. Right? I just know every card that was made when Yugioh was starting. Now I'm gonna look up the date. Database just fine. I'm not legit gonna say it. Like, the thing that surprises me the most is the fact that people can remember the whole, like, 3 different decks. Fine with me. I battle. No, I can battle. And thing is, like, people can remember like 3-4 different decks with their full combo and thing. Your favorite archetype was that finally. And I'm not negate that. Why can you use that on my turn? Oh wait, it's a quick effect. But like, I even have trouble remembering one deck. How can people remember 6 different decks? And what the combo to play? Stupid deck. And that craft is so cool. And why is it so cool? Enlighten this, Preggo. Easy, actually. If you play the deck long enough, the combo just get engraved into your head. True. 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 True, but still. You have called by the grid. Oh, I'm so done with this guy, yeah? Oh, artwork. Fair enough. Why do you pick... Why do you pick that card? Huh. Why did he pick... Why did he pick that card? What? Why did he pick this? If he banished this guy and cancelled that, he would have his penguin. And that sort of stuff. How do I take control of it? Because it's not a quick effect, right? Yeah, it says once per turn and once during an opponent's turn. If I had this guy up, if this guy was not flipped down. I think there is a penguin signature deck and that sort of stuff. But if this guy was up, if this guy was like flip up instead of face down, oh, he will be in trouble, he will be dead. Because of his stupid effects. But, thing. Yeah. But I told you it took 10 to 15 minutes, so look who's back. Look who's back. Look who's back. Hi, Moos. Do you all read what is below victory? Do you all see what's below victory? Do you all read what's below victory? Somebody took too long to play their fucking deck. I really was like, why did he surrender? Did he make a misplay? He still had like the upper edge because his cards were still up and that sort of stuff. So he had still had the penguin, so he negated the thing. He couldn't get through it because that 3k attack, but he could, you know, use a card. But so we should stick to Pokemon. I was surprised why did I win, but I forgot the guy took like 20 minutes today. Hey guys, I have a quick victory. You see that? A quick victory. Guys, I did a quick victory. I was live, Monroe. Is there any pack that I want? Not that I think of. Special. Not really. Yeah, they have like a lot of packs, but... The deck he was playing was made unplayable on TCG because of the banned card Hyper... Yeah, Harpy's Featherstorm. Was that not Harpy's Feather Duster? Was the card not called Harpy's Feather Duster? Or are they different ones? Oh. If you control winged beast monster until the end of the turn, negate any monster effects your opponent activates. If you control a hyper monster, you can activate this card from your hand. If this card in the owner's spell and trap zone is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can add one Harpy's Feather Duster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Yeah, I see. I didn't know. But he did use, how do you call that one? Harpy's Feather Duster. Which I was like, okay. Is there like any card in my deck that I need? Yeah, I do need Wing Dragon of the Run decks. It's full of gate. Yeah, I see. Did I have all these cards? Do I? Oh. I completed the deck, but I do have the other cards, I think. Huh. This card changed of turn. Yeah, I'm coming. Oh. I was seeing where to spend money. How do you do this duel room again? Create room. Blah 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 blah. Room details, copy room ID. Oh la 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 la. What is this deck? Was the start of something, I guess. So yeah. Why can't you use the deck? Are you dead? You aren't dead, right? No. Who's that? Who is that? Is that you or? Anacraft. Ah, that's not. Yeah, I see. That ain't me. Yeah, I have noticed. I think. But why can't you use Anacraft? Want all the cards yet? Or do I need to, like, change the rule set? I don't think I can change the rule set, right? Oh. Ah, not all cards. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Also, a funny thing is, like, I was eating earlier, like, I was making dinner and that sort of stuff, and I had like a can of like Fanta Cutses and that sort of stuff, and I don't know what happened to the can, but I poured the can open and the can sprayed all sides. So like my shirt, if I look now down into my shirt, it's like half red colored because of the stains. And you could be like, Elise, why did you change it? Yeah, good question. This is awkward. That is awkward. That is awkward. I don't have a good hand. I could have used like pre-race map. Who's that? Shiranu, thank you for the follow. How's life? I could have used it. Like pre-race map, but as it said, after adding it to your hand until the end of the next turn after this card resolves, you cannot activate the end of monster's effect. So what would be useful to draw then? Because most of the things require on effects. Oh ja, die denk jij het. En je discard van een kaart en van 3. I've been going well. I am tired, but I do have to, like, I can't make the stream too long because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning tomorrow. And then because I had, like last week, I had pain in my eye and that sort of stuff, and I want that like checked out at least, but the pain is away, so it might be for nothing. But hey, better to go to the doctor for nothing than anything and that sort of stuff. But besides that, it's going really fine. It's been a long meeting, a long week, but we're now chill. You know, trying to play a game where you have to read and understand what things do, which I never understand what things do, but... I don't know if you ever played Yugioh before, but I have so many times there where I tried to read the card and I tried to understand said card for only to not it work. Yeah, I haven't been, like, I have been to the doctor, recently, no, like, was last year, but that was for my mental health, mostly. Mini. Is it now for always? Thing. So like, and even like I did notice a weird spot Friday near like on my eye, and like if it's dirt, you know, better to go to the doctor to say like it's a little bit of dirt, you know, instead of like not going to the doctor and it appears to be like a little break into the eye, which I don't think it is, but you never know. If you get what I mean. And last time I went to the doctor was primarily to gain like a permission to go into therapy for my mental health. Regarding my identity. Yeah, and that sort of stuff. Better to play it safe than not. I think we both have like not a real good opening's end. So yeah, it's indeed better to play it safe than think, but like, I've been mostly in therapy the last week. Or the last year. For my special identity, which I think is fairly obvious at this point, but... But what does bring you here? Just interest in Yugioh Duel, or you saw me and was like, I have to check that out and... thing. I'm surprised it worked. Yeah, okay, okay. You know, okay. Okay, maybe ultrasound, but... Do you get, like, I don't consider, like, I was considering more, you know, severe things. Like, you know, not ultrasound, because ultrasound is like, yeah, you can call it a checkup, but... I'm not here, I'm not present, okay? I'm going away. So, yeah, like, ultrasound, yeah, okay, I have been to the doctor for that, but, like... do you consider that, like, needed? Oh, through Blue Sky. Oh, that's funny. I haven't, like, had the impression that Blue Sky nor Twitter did bring me something. But hey, you know, it's out there, it's for the reach. At least better doing than TikTok does. So. You thought I see you on Blue Sky and I have to check this pregnant gendered girl out for myself. The thing is, I can't... Now that you say that, I do have to, like, now that I think about it, like, I did find something recently which might be a bit more concerning, but apparently it's official. I was originally a transgender girl before I became a pregnant Vtuber, but I feel like I've realized that, you know, that belly... You know, being the pregnant transgender girl was part of my identity. So in an effort to be more confident in life, make better content and that sort of stuff, I've recently, a month ago, embraced my neo-gender. You know, the identity of a pregnant girl and that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I am a trans girl and thing. And that sort of stuff, but I think more pregnant gender girl now. Because I feel like I'm the most happy when I am pregnant, have a belly, if you get what I mean. If I make sense. And thing. And what are we doing? Like, if I didn't would make sense. If I don't make sense, feel free to ask questions. I'm almost open about my identity and thing. So... Feel free to ask questions if you think like something isn't clear or you have interest in something. I always say you're open to ask anything. If it hits a personal boundary, I say it hits a personal boundary. So feel free to ask. But the thing is, like, actually that I have found that I find a bit disturbing is that sort of stuff, and that's not more to say thing. But recently I came across, I was googling myself because I sometimes do that. Yeah, it's very Europic, but for me, it's especially like a part of me, because when I was 19, 18, I saw myself as a pregnant woman when I got my first, you know, my first, how do you say that, like, transgender thoughts? And that sort of stuff. I think so, and out of that came a child wish, and since I ignored the child wish and my transgender thoughts, I really think I've like, that it developed in my identity. So yeah, for most of most of the trans women, it makes an like. Can I not destroy that? Huh. Oh wait. Set spell trap. God damn it. And thing. I will go after break. I will go further after break. I feel that a still mate. Hello? This is not nice. This is not nice. But I can just... Yeah. Why do I get... But tell me if you're back, Shiranu, if I pronounce that correctly. So that I can continue the story that I was telling without you getting half interrupted because of a well-timed ad. I'm back. Okay, for me, I think, like as I said, when I was 18, 19 and got my first transgender thoughts, I saw myself always as a woman that got pregnant or was a pregnant woman. So... What the... Oh. Okay. Okay. I think. So for me, from out of like those thoughts came the wish to carry my own child. If I put it at defense mode, you're gonna kill me and damage me. And if you did target the trap, you would have taken damage yourself for that amount of damage. I think it became an equal because since you did 6500 damage and targeted that trap, it also did 6500 damage to you. I think. But you would win because you'll think. To get back to my story. To get back to my story. As I said, from those experiences and trying stuff out, like bellies and that sort of stuff, you know, dressing as a woman, having fake breasts and that sort of stuff back in the day. A child wish came forward. The child wish stayed, but to me, back then, it sounded as fantasies, and because George and would have done 4500 with my complete setup. Damn. Now, but like, if you did the trap, it would also reflect back, if you killed it. But if you hit Hammond, it would also... thing. But back then I thought it were fantasies, and to, you know, become a transgender girl based on fantasies didn't look right to me, so I pushed them away. And because I did push them away, they eventually developed into my identity, as I started to use she, her pronouns, which I really liked. Well, I became a pregnant Vtuber, which I really liked, and that sort of stuff. And that's how it became my identity. And I've realized recently that, like, maybe this is how I see myself, you know? Maybe I am that perma-pregnant woman, who knows, and that sort of stuff. But that's the reason I've decided to accept my neogender. And because of that, and that's why I'm here, basically, or so thing. And the thing that I found, which I found by googling myself, and that sort of stuff, is the fact that, like, I sometimes Google myself as in Preggo Elise Vtuber, in the sense of finding. And it is funny that you mentioned Blue Sky. That is interesting. Hold on. Hold on, give me a sec. Can you block those cards? No, your choice. But I found something called Clear Sky, and Clear Sky actually surprised me because it not only shows your profile, it shows your post, and if you don't log in, basically it shows your post publicly, and well, for me it doesn't matter, but it also shows you who you are blocking and who you are blocked by, and who you are list blocking. And this is where I think this is a bit of privacy risk, or privacy intruding, because if I take somebody that blocked me, you can, like, basically block it. So you can say if you're not logged in, you can block it, basically. If, oh wait, do I need to... Hold on. Like, for example, Borb has blocked me, because if I go to, like, Blue Sky, here, see, I can't see Borb's messages, but here I can, and I've never interacted with these people. To my surprise, I didn't even know that I was blocked by 20 people, or that I was listed on, like, block things, which makes sense because, you know, Preggo Vtuber, but this is to me, like, you know... That's to me is still like a little bit of security risk, because now I can not only see who blocks me, but I can see their messages, if they not hide it. But on the other hand, I still find this even more riskier, because if somebody blocks me that I really hate or have an argument with, I can now see who blocked me, and because I can see who blocked me, I can make alt accounts, which you can also do Blue Sky. But if you don't know about Clear Sky, and you think your posts are safe because I can see your post, if you know what I mean, then thing. So yeah, I'm surprised by this, but I guess it is open information, so thing. But yeah, and that sort of stuff. So but that's to me, I think. But also, as I said, if you have questions, feel free to ask, because I'm assuming you don't see. Yeah, I was not aware of it either till recently. I googled myself. Because, as I said, I'd sometimes Google myself to see what viewers will see. And that sort of stuff. Thing. But it is, like, to me, it feels like a security risk. But, you know, there is the benefit that you can, like, think. So, to me, out of there, I'm not going to interact with those people or harass any of these people. But, like, to me, out of there, if you don't want your post to be seen by unauthorized people, check that. Because I know there are like a lot of people who care about their artwork, for example, with AI and scraping and that sort of stuff. So, and thing. So, but yeah. I mostly assume that most of the people that I have blocked me. I don't know the primary reason. I've never seen any of these people. I have to clarify, I've never seen any of the people on Blue Sky before. So, you know, that's reason number one. I think I primarily see is because, as I said, like, not everybody knows me and not everybody knows the context around my VTubing and that sort of stuff around my identity. So most people see a trans girl pregnant and be like, you know, fetish, sexual, you know. Oh, I can't attack with it? The thing. So, like, for people that know me, they know that I've been struggling with my identity and eventually accepted a new gender identity. Might be a unique one. But there are a lot of people who just see me as a pregnant Vtuber, a pregnant trans girl, and then be like, sexual, you know? So I assume that, but you will never know the reason. I'm not gonna be bothered by, like... I'm not gonna be bothered by 20 people that block me on Blue Sky. And thing. So, like, if they want to ban or so. Let me take a sip of water. If they want to ban or block a pregnant VTuber, you know, go ahead. I won't be bothered by those 20 people. If I have 2 people here who make my day, you know, and keep me happy. Yeah, like this is as I said, Shiranu. This is exactly what most people see, like, pregnancy as fetish, sexual, and some people think others about it. Not everybody thinks like that. So. Not everybody, of course, thinks like that. And it is, of course, reasonable that a woman, like a trans woman, would desire trans pregnancy and that sort of stuff. So, that makes sense. But that would make sense, but not everybody thinks like that. I think. And especially if I say, you know, if I say, hey, my identity is that of a pregnant girl, then people are gonna make an eyebrow or an eyebrow raised emoji. Yeah, I see, and that's the thing. And I like I said back in the day, I was thinking that I was also attracted to pregnancy, that it was fetish related, so I won't blame people. But and that sort of stuff. Like, I won't blame people, but yeah, for me, it's part of my identity and who I am. So, you know, you can say that it's fetish. I won't blame you, but thing. So, and here in my community, you can be who you want. You can like what you want. I won't judge. I really won't judge. None of my viewers do. So, if you like being eaten up, like as I said before, and that sort of stuff, go ahead. Do what you want, and thing. You know. If you like having a pregnant belly, you know, we won't judge. If you like, I don't know, you know, doing it sexual in a quicksand, and I don't know, name something weird. Go ahead. You know, who am I to judge? Like, at least I won't judge, because it feels like, you know, it feels a bit like, how do you say it, like, how do you say that again? I know, I forgot the word, but it feels a bit odd to say, you know, I judge everybody else, but I don't want people to judge me, you know? But, so, and I have people in my community who are attracted to pregnancy and pregnant bellies. You know, that is logical. You know, it's logical that if I'm a pregnant VTuber, I will attack people who are, you know, attracted to bellies. That's the same if you're a furry VTuber. Yeah, that. And like, points to me. Yeah, not everybody in my community is attracted to a pregnant belly, but it is logical that if I am a pregnant VTuber, that I will attract people who are into pregnant VTubers or are into my personality, you know, and that sort of stuff. But that's the same if you're a furry VTuber and thing. Because if you're a furry VTuber, you're gonna attract people who have interest in furries. Thing. I miss series, house life, and that sort of stuff. So, you know, I won't judge that people are into bellies, but like, I am into bellies. I mean, belly is my identity, so. So there are some people in my community who have interest in that. So, I'm fine. Been dueling and trying to figure my way out of this one. Meanie. I'm stuck with this. Thing. So, like, I won't judge and think. You got done with your classes, that's good to hear. Yeah, Belly is good, Belly is live. Oh wait, I can't battle because of the stupid card. Thing. So yeah, and like as I said, like, I still find it ironic to say, like, you know, I am a pregnant gendered girl, or my new gender identity is pregnant, because I love being pregnant and that sort of stuff. And then to say, if somebody likes, you know, being eaten up, to say, hey, that is weird. Why would you do that? You know? If you get what I mean. But that's also why I'm always open to about my identity, because I feel like if I'm open about my identity and talk with people about it, they can easily understand and see who I am and thing. And of course I say if something hits my boundary, I will say hits the boundary and things. That's in practically such an underrated sport from to begin with. There was like more art of it and whatnot. Yeah, but the question I think is like... Did it part my cards? No. Thing. Like, I think most people, if you see pregnancy, that you think woman and that sort of stuff. So I don't think a lot of people think about transfer pregnancy. But yeah, I am a transgender girl who says, like, my identity is belly, pregnant belly, that sort of stuff. We're at a stalemate. Things. Would you say pregnancy influenced your gender the most? Yes. Like I said, when I got my first transgender thoughts, or my thoughts where I saw myself as a woman, I feel like it was always as a girl. And that sort of stuff. So... Thing. And a girl that got pregnant or was pregnant in fantasy relationship. So yeah, pregnancy has been a big part of who I am. Yeah. So for me, pregnancy is not more than like, hey, I have a big belly and that sort of stuff. A thing, but... It's a very interesting topic. It is my identity we're talking about. So I can understand that that is an interesting topic. And such. I cannot attack because of this one. Thing, so... As I said, I'm a pregnant VTuber, so I can like... Be like... I understand that people find it weird or like want to ask questions. And that's totally okay, so feel free to ask anything. If it hits a personal boundary, or a personal boundary, as in I find that not comfy to tell, then then I will say that. So you're probably gonna get the master duels myself. That's a possibility. It sucks that people can just be normal about it, but you gotta see a fair share of weird creepy comments and then like hateful as well. I get mostly hateful comments or people who don't understand, and I say often to people, you have another one of these? No, I'm done. I'm dead. I get like as I said, I often have people in my community who like most people, like they don't understand it, leave comments because we're an easy keyboard warrior and thing. But some people tend to stay, and people do those. You use a Utopia deck. I see. But some people who tend to stay and talk to me, they'd be like, "Hey, Elise, you may be, a little bit weird as in your identity, but it is still who you are," and that sort of stuff. And you're actually a pretty cool girl, or a pretty chill girl. Preggo, a pretty chill Preggo. And thing. So yeah, there are people in my community who support me and that sort of stuff, so thing. And of course, I have my Twitch stream, and yeah, there will always be people who, like, think it is weird, will do hateful comments. That doesn't work, right? Oh wait, never mind, I'm bad. I'm dead. Your deck is meanie. You're a meanie. A thing. And that sort of stuff. So there will always people who find it weird. But to say, like, I'm happy with the Preggo that I am, and that sort of stuff. And I'm slowly getting used to my Preggo neo-gender identity. I hate your deck. I'm gonna say it. I hate it. I should have acted quicker. And that sort of stuff. And I'm slowly getting used to it and adapting. And yeah, as I said, though, ow. I unplugged my ear. I pulled my hand against my ear. Are there any other people that want to try duel me? Maybe. I'm using a different deck then. Thing. And there are all these people who like find me weird, will not like me, and like that's okay, I can't make friends with anybody, with everybody. I can't please everybody, because if I'm gonna listen to the people that say that I shouldn't be a pregnant Vtuber, then the next thing my breasts are too big. I adjust my breast and my voice doesn't fit with my Vtuber. I use a voice changer. And I'm not funny anymore, I'm funny, Stanley! And then, like I said that, so... To focus on the people who support me, for example, Kitsun in the Discord. How do I describe neo-gender? I think it's mostly called xenogender. But, it's a term with two meanings. I have to say it correctly. Ik doe een beetje like me just pointing around, lol. I don't know if there are other people. If you think about it, Arctic, then I'll do Aurora one more time. Thing. Yeah, thanks to you. Anymore hates you and I didn't get stuck with them, indeed. And that sort of stuff. So, that's the thing. But I have to, like, let me change deck real quick. Let me do things I can... I can multitask. I'm a woman, but I can multitask. I'm a woman, I can multitask. I have to say it correctly because I don't think I understand neogender, that's all my thing. But it is an idea that, like, basically neogender is mostly conserved, used as a term to say, hey, I have pronouns, or I feel like something that fits not within the traditional term of, like, pronouns. Like, for example, mostly common is sino, and that's ixi, sim, and that sort of stuff. And thing, but so, and non-binary was, I think, considered a part of it, but now it's mostly say, for example, if you see somebody with custom pronouns, highly likely they have neo gender. So it's a bit of a term to say, you know, I am not male, I'm not female. Oh, rip. But it's mostly a term to say I'm not female, male, or non-binary, basically. I don't know how well it fits within the term of non-binary and that sort of stuff, if it's truly different or not. But, and xeno, I don't know really the difference. Oh, if I have to believe the Google AI, like, you know, if I have to believe the Google AI... Oh, I do first quick. I do first quick against... I do first quick against Aurora, so you take your time with it now. Yeah, it is fascinating and thing, but xenogender is really experience that fall entirely out of the traditional human understandings of gender. So maybe me with my pregnant gender is more xenogendered. But neogender is a broader umbrella term for any newly coined non-binary or experimental gender labels. So maybe for me, yeah, that. So for me, maybe if you say half year, like maybe in a half year I say even a xenogender, as in like I'm used to my pregnant gender. So maybe now it's a neogender, as in I have a pregnant neogender. I'm still experiencing what fits and what doesn't. And maybe in a half year I say it's a xenogender thing. Thing. So I think the most common joke that people know about neo and xenogender and that sort of stuff is like, I'm an attack helicopter. You know, ha ha ha, I'm an attack helicopter. You know that meme? No, that is like, I think that's the benefit. Like, you know, another person might not like a lot of questions, the other does. But as I said, I'm really open in it, and I do say where my boundaries is. So I'd rather have you asking a lot of questions. And then, you know, maybe that you think like, did I ask too much? You know? But then not. So I'm like happy with it. Like you're already, like you guys and girls are already more open than most people. Yeah, and that sort of stuff. Most people come in and they be like, changed on the spot, Elise, because I'm not comfortable with being a pregnant, or I'm not comfortable seeing a pregnant Vtuber. And we're like, no. The funny thing is, I recently had a guy come in that demanded me to change, and that sort of stuff. And that guy, like, was apparently come here earlier, but I didn't see it at first that he was coming earlier because the funny thing is with it, because I didn't notice at first he was here first, like before or what he said. The thing is, he said recently, like I had like I think it's a while back, but recently I had a guy come in who demanded me a sleep by Megatron, true. No, but recently I had a guy come in that demanded me that I go back to DeviantArt to get normal again. And I was looking so weird at that. Because I was like, DeviantArt? I think out of all the places on the internet, DeviantArt is not a normal place. And that sort of stuff. So, that thing. But I didn't look at the rest of the message because I was so confused. And that sort of stuff. But eventually later I talked with a friend about it because I assumed he came out of the Genshin wiki the Genshin wiki community or the Genshin fandom community, basically. And that sort of stuff. And then I looked at his message, and the funny thing to me is he demanded that I change on the spot because he was not comfortable with the pregnant Vtuber. And at his chat message log, I saw that he was like, also apparently came in the year earlier. And was also like that I was so proud of my pregnancy. And I was like, you know, so what? If I'm proud of something that you're not proud of, then, you know. But I was like so confused because like, why would you tell me to go to DeviantArt? You know? Was that this guy? Yeah, here. Here, like, this guy here told me, like, this shit actually makes me uncomfortable. Keep it on DeviantArt and have an appropriate public image. Now, the funny thing is, like, I thought it was the first time, which I didn't notice because normally if it's your first time, you get a message like that, you know? And that sort of stuff. So, I thought it was the first time, and I didn't notice. Like, I didn't even notice it at first that he said, like, to change. Because I read DeviantArt and normal, and I was like, those are two things that are not coming in one sentence. But the funny thing is, as I said, he came in earlier and made a comment. That was just a funny thing to me. Because like that you come in once, find me weird, leave a comment, you know, so be it. But that you come in twice? And yeah, some people can't watch me. That's the thing that I don't understand sometimes. Like, you know, you can just also move on without saying anything. If you don't like somebody's content, don't like the fact that I'm pregnant gendered or a pregnant Vtuber, so be. You know, that is an opinion, and an opinion are valid. But why do you need to like make a comment? Why do you need to tell me to go to DeviantArt? But yeah. So I do get my fair share of comments, and I don't have that comment anymore thing, but hold on, maybe I do. Let me look up something. Let me look up something real quick. Maybe I do have it still. Maybe. Hold on, maybe let me... Oh, I have it still. Oh, no. That's not the thing I was looking for. Did I have... I don't have it, like, a picture. Basically to say, thing, like to say, basically, I had a FNAF security breach. I had a FNAF security breach ruin video. Let me Google it up real quick. I don't have the comment anymore, but basically I had a FNAF security breach video, ruin video, and that ruin video clearly has like clearly has me, you know, pregnant there and that sort of stuff. and thing clearly has me like, here, real quick. Oh, that's my game capture. Like, clearly here has me with a pregnant belly, pregnant Vtuber avatar, you know, and my name is Preggo Elise. I got a comment on that video. Like, I'm legit not kidding. I got a comment on the video that read like this. I finally found a new interesting FNAF YouTuber. With full curiosity, you know, I clicked on the video and that sort of stuff. To only be met within like 2 seconds. You know, to be met with 2 seconds to like see a pregnant, you know, the JPEG of a pregnant anime girl. And I clicked off the video. And when I saw this, you know, when I saw this, I woke up. I literally just woke up and that sort of stuff. And I went like, sir, this is a Wendy's. And that sort of stuff. I was like, this is a Wendy's. I didn't respond to like that to the comment, and which I regret to this day, but which I regret to this day, but I found it really funny to say, like, you know, to see that and be like, getting a comment like that. It is mean, of course, but I was really confused because that point to me that I sometimes think that people don't look at my channel name, you know, don't look at my YouTube channel image, you know, my YouTube profile channel or profile photo, or at my thumbnails, because that is like walking into a Starbucks when you hate coffee. And then yell in the store that you hate coffee and nobody should drink it, and that's the reason you leave, and then leave. You think anybody's gonna care? You know, you think anybody's gonna care that you hate coffee and not gonna drink at Starbucks? Starbucks will laugh at you. But that's why I saw it felt like commenting like, you know, that's a Wendy's. It's a Wendy's, sir. So yeah, I do get my fair share of comments, if you get what I mean. I do get my fair share of comments. But that's part of life. That is part of, you know, being the unique kid in class, you know, the nerd in class. Or the special kid in class, you always get bullied. And that sort of stuff. Yeah, that also. That also. I can't keep doing this. So, but hey, that's part of life, I guess. We're all online have an opinion, it's online so easy to share and that sort of stuff. You know? So, yeah. Like, I'm happy who I am. I'm happy as a pregnant gendered girl, so. And I have people who are happy that I'm a pregnant gendered girl, so. And thing. And like, I have people who are curious, people who don't like it, people who love it, and people who wish to be in my belly. So, yeah. So, yeah. But I do get people. Yeah, I do also get that, like, like a while ago, like 10 years ago, the world was way more easier in saying things and that sort of stuff, and then we really hardened up. But, you know. Like, meh. Like, if I'm happy here being a pregnant VTuber and eating people, then so let me be happy. Or for unbird. Is for and unbird not the same thing? I thought it was the same thing. I thought it was the same thing, but in the term you described. So yeah, there are people who wish to be in my belly in like getting eaten or inverted, preferably on their choice, but I even made a part of my lore. Oh, I made it so that like no matter which way you go in, to say it shortly, you always end up in the womb. To belly, you know, to gain belly. And I made it like this, like I even made a part of my lore where I can create clones. And when I create a clone, they are stuck in my belly for 1 day and then teleport out, basically. So, you know, I'll be high pregnant for a day. But when I want to get rid of a clone, I can just like snip my finger and get rid of them. I have to eat them up, basically host them in my belly for a day. And then their essence is absorbed back to me. So, if you get what I mean. I have been really creative with my powers, okay? And like it's optional. I do know, please know, it's not necessary that like if you come into my Discord you have to be in my belly for a week and then get in. As context, no, it's optional. Like if you don't want to be anything involved with me and for, like that's okay. Do know. Thing. Yeah, they give me reloading. No, but like I said, like please do know, yeah, I do for content. I have for in my lore and that sort of stuff. But if you don't like for or don't want to even know anything of it, then please know you don't have to. Nothing is necessary or required, but it's part of who I am. So I even say I'm a Vtuber, so. Like I'm not gonna lie, I have thought that I want to include it forward more in my content, but I don't know how really to input that in my content, basically. So, like as I said, if people are interested in it, they're free to be like, you know, part of it. You know, I get happy when I get a big belly, which is part of my... Yeah. I don't also like as I said, I don't do hardcore it, but I do more, you know, like soft for, I think it's called. As in, I keep people in my belly because it's mostly, you know, I get a big belly and that sort of stuff. If you get what I mean, but... But I didn't know that the difference was that you end up in somebody's stomach versus womb, which makes sense, but... Thing. I think I'm dead. No. Okay. So yeah, like I said, I do for content, I do eat people and that sort of stuff, or you know, let be inverting people, they always end up in my belly. But, and yes, I have think about adding that as content to my streams or YouTube, but I don't know how yet. So, any other questions, class? For this pregnant neo-gendered girl? Any other questions? No? Don't feel obliged to ask anything. No, don't feel required to do anything. As I said, don't feel required to, like, you know, that you come into Discord and have to do NSFW roleplay because I said so. You know. But... do know that the option is there. And that sort of stuff. Did I ever show my outfits to you? Mayonnaise in this. Yes, Pat. It was a no, Patrick. No, Patrick. Mayonnaise is not an instrument. But, Sherano, did I show you my outfit? Or at least most of them? Oh, is my Twitch oh, am I dead? Did I miss something? If I missed a chat message, let me know because my Twitch chat disconnected. With the right technique. You wanna be mad, damn. No, I didn't miss anything. Okay. Where did my dragon go? Hello? I find this not fun anymore. Do I really have to comment not anymore on here? Maybe not. You want to see the outfits that I have, because I have a lot of outfits. Do I see that correctly? Shira, welcome to my Discord also. I hope you like your stay. Now I have to do welcome in my Discord. Oh, feel free to share. I'll do. Well, I can do now. No, hold on, it's on screen. Originally, for people that are in my Discord, basically, you can always find this in the server guide at the top. You have like all the information, and this channel will be deleted eventually, and this will be the one I'm talking about. I think I have to play my duel. Hold on. No, this is the... thing. So I will. That's not what I want to do. I have fucked up. Dang. Basically, I have my main look. This is my main current look, so it's my Vocaloid. I call it my Vocaloid look, basically. I think since it's like reference to me coolot. This is the only one who has like a few different body sizes. You have my alt look, my own arcade Sekai look, as my Discord is themed around my own Sekai. You have a fairy look, my original V1 look. As you can see, I have a few looks and that sort of stuff. And thing. So, yeah, and there are even meme outfits. Because, I keep clicking into this thing. Like, I even meme outfits because people said my breasts are too big. And I was like, let's make a meme outfit. It is not all my outfits. Because as you can see, there are a few more outfits. I'm working on this. They will get their own reference sheet and that sort of stuff. Pregnant reference sheet. And Aurora is too good at this game. Aurora is too good. Aurora is too good. So these will also get their own pregnant reference sheet in sense of like, with a similar style of these. With, you know, a side view, back and front. There are also Pokemon outfits. As you can see. From every type. So, basically, you know, I'm now grass type. I have normal type, water type, grass type, fighting type, fairy type, fire type, poison type, name it. As you can see, it is there and that sort of stuff. So, all 19 types. And since I'm, yeah, GG, you're too good at this game, meanie. And since I'm, I think next week I will start with the ZA Royale. I wanted to do ZA and it looked fun to me, you know, to do like a type run and that sort of stuff. Steel type won this, that became, you know, that became the shiny only type with Mega Skarmory. And this is CA bug type. And CA bug type is going to be the YouTube playthrough of ZA Royale, Pokemon ZA, which I have been recording already. And I think next week I will start with Pokemon ZA on Twitch and that sort of stuff. So if you're interested in that, make sure to stick around and tune in. But do know, the ZA Royale will be entirely with Shining type Elise. Bye Aurora, thank you for the deals and that sort of stuff. And these are my main outfits that I have. I have a lot and that sort of stuff. So, I have a lot. Do you also want to do Arctic or... I'm just gonna wait here. You're ready? I'll wait, you need to go.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elise.
And I have meme redeemed.
Even remember that name.
But as I said, feel free to, like, if you have questions, feel free to ask him. If you have suggestions and how to, I can improve, feel free to see them. Well, if you like Discord thing, there are roleplay sections. I do like roleplay from time to time.
Into
So.
a labyrinth of sounds and smells,
Yeah.
misdirection,
Nou ja,
and misfortune.
here is de hoekcode, by the way,
Labyrinth with
Arctic.
no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize.
By the way, that concept.
Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles,
Hold on, give
chasing
me a
the
sec.
cries of children in some unseen chamber.
That concept came with the idea. I've played The Gym Is Mine on Twitch, and to me it looked fun to say, you know, I make 18 outfits based on the 18 Pokemon types in the Gym of Mine. The winner of that voting poll eventually, you know, or, you know, I make 18 outfits, I let people vote on these 18 outfits, and after the winner will be the type gym that I play as, and that sort of stuff. So, and that sort of stuff, and that looked fun to me. So I did that, and that's how those Pokemon ideas came to forward. With the recent addition, I have added, since I, you know, updated my models to V3 breast size, we added Stellar type to, you know, fix every type. And as I said for ZA, it looked fun to do, you know, a type in Kalos style and that sort of stuff. And yeah, their lore stories are for themed as well. But I also, for example, have redeems around randomizing my outfit because just give an example. Just give an example. Oh wait, I have to go first. Hold up. Hold up, give me a sec. Hold on. In an idea to give how many outfits I have, these are all my outfits on the wheel. I have a redeem, you know, change outfit, basically, and since I'm pregnant, I removed the belly, but now with my pregnant neogender, I'm gonna remove the belly concept of that, or, you know, randomized belly concept of it completely. But, if you ever want to see an outfit, you can either choose to randomize the wheel and try your chance, or you can do it for, like, double the price, but then guaranteed, like, any of the outfits. So, for example, if you would redeem, I'll show you, like, you get, like, a free one from me. So, if you would redeem, basically this, then I have to spin a wheel. And as that wheel spins, you know, okay, it lands on brand new arcade Elise, so, then I have to change to brand new arcade Elise, basically. Hey, this is mean. So now brand new arcade Elise, my own Sakai. So yeah, and that is one of my pregnant redeems, basically, as you can say. Because I have so many outfits that, like, I think I can do like one a week. And if I can do one a week, I think I will even not fill a year. I think I have way too many. Because if you concept the Pokemon types that are 19 outfits plus 2 now, because of the ZA types, that is 21. You have like the Sakai's outfits that I made, which Vocaloid is like 612. And that sort of stuff, which is another, so that makes like 33. You have my main group, which is like the old version, Fairy, my own Sakai, and that sort of stuff. So, like, there are way too many. So technically I could fill a year worth of outfits. And like, if I really realize one thing about my identity and my VTubing career, it's like I like making lore. You know, I like creative writing, may it be like maybe some sexual themed stories or not. Not all of my lore stories are sexual themed, so that you know, some do. Like, for example, the Pokemon lore is a bit 4-themed, eventually. But thing and that sort of stuff. Huh. Thing and so, but I do have also written a few maybe more sexual themed stories, I guess. So yeah, I have written sexual themed stories, and there are like a few more themed around that, but not all of them are. And I like creative writing, I like making outfits and that sort of stuff, and I'm really creative in that, as you can see with my identity in the arcade guy. But yeah, that's part of it. I think I yapped for way too long. If I yap too much, just say it, like, I have a tendency to yap. Like, I have a tendency to yap, so feel free to ask anything, but if I yap too much, feel also free to say it. So... I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. So, like I said, if I yap to feel, say it. If I do something that makes you feel uncomfy, say it. And if if you're interested in something, feel free to say it. So yeah, I do creative write a lot. I do like it. And that sort of stuff. And I do like making outfits. So, and some of... Like, some of my stories are like a bit more sexual than others, but that's part of life, I guess. That's part of life. Wow, a measly 1,000 eggs. Please let me know if I say something that makes you uncomfortable. I do. I will. I will. I will. But I like I like openly talking about my identity. And my Preggo thing. I mean, I've been openly talking about here how I eat people, so... thing. So yeah. So maybe there are people squirming in my belly, and like if it's like interested, like if you wanna be how it is. No. No, if you wanna be interested, this how to be in my belly, my pregnant belly, feel free to like hit me up. Wink wink. Wink wink. Wink wink. As you could have seen, pregnancy had like a huge part of my identity in my life, to the point where like anything that got me a belly to come inflation for, or you know, pregnancies, always had my interest. So yeah. Elise, why do you only... Oh, I do like that. I do like that, so... Hey, if you snack on somebody, you at least have to feel it, huh? Elise, why do you only get gooners in your Discord? I have no clue. I have no clue why you only get gooners in my Discord. I should go back to roleplaying. I know, I think I've lost my interest in roleplaying, to be honest. That was a thing that I liked to do, roleplaying, back in the day, but nah, not now anymore. I think life has thrown a thing into it, like getting the girlfriend, integration work and that sort of stuff, but... I want to see where this goes. Honestly, maybe this is my mistake, but I want to see where it goes. So yeah, if you want to be eaten, feel free to hook me up. Coldness is hungry. Yeah. Like the only real thing I can do on my stream as it comes to like eating people or, you know, voting something is like I can add to my program an NPC. Here if I add my here, if I add myself as NPC. Here, like, hocus pocus. See? Hey, I'm double on the screen now. What do you think about that, huh? Who is real? Are you real? Are you real? Stop looking the same way I do. But the only real thing I can do is like, you know, be like, like that. But as you can see, the problem is a bit that like, it's not really that. And that sort of stuff. So... yeah, that's the only real thing that I can do. Just like as a sub attack. Don't that reset her? So that's the only thing I can really do. Hold on, let me do my... Yeah, I'm double on screen, I know, give me a sec. That's not enough? But the only real thing, as I said, I can do is like, I can do this and then be like, you know, be like, and that sort of stuff. That's the only real four thing I can do. That's the only real 4 thing that I think of that I can do on stream or content, and I'm never gonna like become big and that sort of stuff. I'm never gonna become big and everybody left the stream. But yeah. So if you like the Squirmer and Kicker, you're always welcome in my pregnant belly. How to like use all your Twitch. Why doesn't it make me limb spider? But yeah, that's the Preggo Vtuber for you, Elise. That's the Preggo Vtuber for you, Elise. The pregnant gendered Vtuber girl. GG. Anybody else? Huh? Why there are 5 people in here? Or like 2 people play. Oh, Laura's still in here? Huh. You wanna do anybody else? Or we had enough and wanna see Preggo play again instead of like eating people or her clones. And that sort of stuff. I take that as in like do I do the World Championship or not? But yeah. And what I do primarily on YouTube, Twitch, on Twitch I primarily do Project Diva from time to time. But recently it's been become more and more, you know, anything. Just anything. I'm a variety streamer, so on Wednesday I usually differentiate on what I exactly do. I've done Jensen, I've done Pokemon, I've done Yugioh Duel Masters, I've done Ace Attemity. Yeah, I gotta head out to get some parts of my truck. Good luck and thank you for the duel and that sort of stuff. You take care too. And thing. And on YouTube I primarily do horror and Project Diva. So thing. And why do I do horror and not here? Like, I do also record from time to time on Twitch, because it's handy and that sort of stuff. Like, for example, Saturday I'm gonna record a few videos for YouTube and a series. But, I shouldn't actually do that now that I think about it. I know I shouldn't have done that. A thing. But on the other hand, yeah, I don't know, I always liked horror. So thing. And why do I do variety on like Twitch? Project Diva was fun, but I feel like Project Diva became repetitive where I didn't see any more fun in it. In sense of like, I was only focused on scores and not, you know, Project Diva for the fun. So that's why I often like switch around with what I do. I became a variety streamer mostly. On the other hand, Project Diva YouTube felt also to its limit. That is like really a small community, and to grow on YouTube, you know, not in belly size. But just in general, I thought horror would be good because I always liked to watch horror and that sort of stuff, but I never really played horror games until then. So I started with my three random scary games, or 3 scary game series. And they became a staple of the channel. And that sort of stuff. And from there, I do also a lot of Let's Plays. A lot of things that I've done a lot of Call of Duty veteran campaign series. And things, so... Like, I've done Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2. I even done Black Ops 3 Realistic, Infinity Warfare, Advanced Warfare, World at War 2, World at War. So, thing. And I'm now doing Binding of Isaac. So, that isn't kill. Yeah, Jesus, I want to turn kill. Yay. So yeah, that's the Let's Play series. For now, like my ongoing series with Blueprint. I was like practicing the most, but it has definitely been enjoying Burst of 4 and a certain kind of inflation. Can you say cum inflation on your Twitch? Now with the stuff that my girlfriend says sometimes on Twitch, I'm pretty sure I can say cum inflation. You mean cum inflation, basically, right? Yugioh has been banned from Twitch. Okay, one thing in between. User has to win. I'm not winning the duel level. But okay. So yeah, that's the same thing for me. I always thought pregnancy first for me was like a fantasy, you know, so fetish fantasy. And that's the reason I got my interest. And that led me into indeed enjoying Soft 4, cum inflation, and that sort of stuff. So yeah, I can get where you're coming from. And that sort of stuff. But yeah. Have you already also seen my YouTube, by the way, Shiranu? Because I do Blueprint, I do Call of Duty veteran campaign series on the Let's Plays, but I do them also with Bellycam. I do my content also with Bellycam. I should have placed this first. Thing. Is that so? Yeah, it is so. I'm not kidding. You know, my girlfriend sometimes say I'm mentally insane, but I might be mentally insane. No tuners. Where is the tuner for? Yeah, that is so. That is so. I done Bellycam. Let me show you, like, in a bit. Let me be mean for once. Let me first be mean. I mean, I don't have to look on YouTube because I can show you my recordings. Basically, this is an upcoming Blueprint video. Basically, this is an upcoming Blueprints video and for End of August, but all of them are with Bellycam. So all of them are with Bellycam. Some are like maybe like a little bit better framed than others. Like what was a good one? Like that's one, for example. So some content, a lot of content has finally time that like I'm gonna like tell people at my at least my Like some content has a belly cam. Like I think my black shirt, like my hair is on that.
When you're 16, like your teenage years,
And that sort of stuff.
Call it adolescence.
Has it? Is this guy AFK? Yeah, it's a cute baby pup and it's part of my identity. So... And of course not everything has, you know... has like the same size or the same effect as others. But... I have another video where it is like... visible. Yeah, sometimes I do them on stream. Like as I said, if you wanna see belly, come back Saturday. Because Saturday you're gonna see belly.
Yeah, it was bound to happen again. It comes sometime.
So you're gonna see Saturday belly again. So if you like belly, make sure to come back Saturday. Also. And of course, hey, you can always add to the belly and be a part of it. So you can always like let me gobble you up. That's actually the reason I have a big belly. Well, I'm pregnant, so it's not really the reason, but... But yeah, some videos, some streams have that cute belly cam. And I often also, like here in the Discord, right? Yeah, I also you can see belly pics in the Discord. I feel like this team has become too sexualized, but yeah, no, whatever. I've accepted my journey. I've accepted my fate. Which time zone are you? Like, since you're in the Discord. That's my DM with my girlfriend. Hold on. If you're in the Discord, scheduled channel has at least... Like the scheduled channel has at least, you know, your time zone in it. So if you're in a different time zone, you can see when I start. And I usually stream for 3 to 4 hours. So... expect it like for 3 to 4 hours stream. Huh. And I do expect Saturday to be the first hour to be, yeah. And Saturday I also expect the first hour to be troubleshooting. Because I wanted to play the Chaos mod in Security Breach for Five Nights at Freddy's. But I'm not sure if like, the Twitch integration works. So, I don't know sure if that works. I think. So yeah. So Saturday there will be a belly cam for those who are interested in belly cam or like, you know, want to add to it. I don't know. Like I sometimes do wonder why I have so many gooners in my Discord. In sense of like, there's some people only talk to me when they're horny, but I think that's my own fault. You know. I think it's my own fault. Like, I do, for example, with some people I can talk, like a normal conversation, and then, you know, maybe do a little bit of horny talk, but some people only talk to me when they're horny. Yeah. Like, in this case, it's my own fault because I talked horny through the stream, so I blame it on myself. But... you know, like, I'm a pregnant Vtuber, like, a little bit of sexual talk is, like, you know, okay, right? I don't purely like to be horny normally, but I do get in the mood slamo. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I sometimes have to also think, like, being a pregnant Vtuber and saying I'm a whore Vtuber, you know? I feel like, am I like on the edge of like, you know, what is allowed and what isn't? but so if I bring anybody in a horny mood, I do apologize, but sorry. You know, you're watching a pregnant Vtuber. Like, I put myself in the mood and it's not okay. I brought myself in the mood, but it's not okay. So if I made anybody horny this stream, I do apologize. But eh. Like sometimes I have thought of like integrating more horny talk into my streams and videos, but I do know that not everybody wants to get horny watching me, so. And as I said, if I brought anybody in a horny mood today during the stream, I do apologize, but on the other hand, it's your own fault. It's your own fault for being here. Do you have an ash blossom? I take full responsibility, don't worry. Bring those breasts here, Elise. Let me giggle them. Let me jiggle them, Elise. But now I'm... Oh, I think I can only target this card as a whole mistake. Oh wait, that did work. But now I'm horny. I'm gonna take responsibility for the baby Joe. Elise, I'm gonna get milk, so you're on your own. I will be back in a bit. I will be back in a bit, Elise. I'll see you next time, eh? See you next stream. What about my breast then? Who's gonna milk me then? Play with them. No excuse me. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I don't think he can use the milk excuse. Oh, that's back to the... Elise, I'm gonna get milk. What do you mean milk? I make the milk. I make the milk, Elise. Or I make the milk around here. Now to be a bully. That was exactly right? Huh. Horny but witty. Yeah, but like I said, the milk trick doesn't work with me because I make the milk. I make the milk around here. Huh. Please. Your streams are too sexual. Don't to buy any. No. Oh, wait, why did this reset? You know, people are gonna be like, Elise, your streams are too sexual. Well, how do you mean that? It's because I'm a pregnant Vtuber? Oh. I'm not talking about being milked. Yeah, but you don't need to go out and buy any. I make the milk. I make the milk. Thank you fucking. Oh, I make the milk. But yeah, there's a whole dairy farm there. I got 2 of these? Huh. But yeah, like I'm not that open or like that not dirty of like dirty talk. Ha ha ha. Epi school, Master of Oz. Like I don't mind dirty talk, but like that's always what I think. I think I do experience like not that many sexual attraction. Like I even think I'm tetrary sexual, that I do experience loads of non-sexual attraction and that sort of stuff, but I think I'm more words than real attraction, if you get what I mean. I hope I make sense. Like I do, I hope I make sense. So like I do like, you know, roleplay, erotic roleplay, I do like dirty talk and that sort of stuff, but even with my girlfriend, but as I see, like when I have sex with my girlfriend, like it sometimes feels like hard to seek for sexual attraction or what I like in the bedroom. Energy, bravery, Sky Scout, if I do make sense, you know. Streamer, look. Technical servant, XYZ Rimp, sorry. I make sense still? Okay, that's good. Not that I'm like horny brain has taken over, it doesn't make sense anymore. Capture Revolution, a masked beast. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Then I'm doing it good at least. Refusion, Magnica Soldier. Oh, streamer, look, streamer, look. No, but like that's the thing, like I think like I'm a lot of talk, but actually like little attraction. And you'd be like, Elise, you're a pregnant Vtuber, do you not have any attraction to a belly? I don't think that really. I do think yeah, it's part of who I am. Part of my gender expression, yeah, it makes me happy. Try to describe it, you know? Like, if you need to describe it to an average person at one day, try to practice to me, try to see if I can make sense of it, because if I can make sense of it, then you can. Burger the magical elf. If you feel comfortable telling that, like, don't feel forced now that I say it to tell me your sexuality or try to describe it. If you don't want to share it, don't want to share it. You know? Don't. Like, please do things that make you feel comfy. Streamer, look. Meanwhile, this whole stream would be sexual talk, nothing else. Or the past hour. Crashbug C, Hero Medal. Chaos Greed, Bouncer Guard. But my sexuality, as I said, is partially not attraction, but if I had to choose, I'm pansexual. So I don't really look at what person's gender is or something. I think if you're like nice to me, then so be it. Burner, Dragon, Ruler of Sparks, Sea Cannon. Oh, it's an holographic. Oh. I don't want to make a red ice rack. Now that I think about it. One day. Now comes Shirano's making like a whole story about her sexuality. Super Bondo Aru, poison fangs. But like for one thing, for example, my sexuality is something I've discovered through Twitch chat. In sense of like that they help me discover what something means, what something is. And how I look against like dating people and that sort of stuff. Or fucking people in bed. So yeah, sometimes Twitch chat can really help. But I think that is like where I am beneficial that I can do this even if it's for 3 people or 4 people a stream. You know, I think 4 people is already a lot, but it helped me discover who I am and it helped discover me what I like and what I seek in people. I think without Twitch chat or without being a content creator at all, that I've like ended up really differently. And that sort of stuff. I personally think. I think I'm pansexual. However, it's very difficult for me to be romantically attracted to somebody, and I have zero interest being with someone if I don't have connection with them. Even if I find them physically attractive, I've also been romantically attracted to people I'm not sexually attracted to, weirdly enough. I don't know, it's odd. You know how we call that? You know there's a term for that. I think maybe you're partially... Yeah, maybe Damie, but there is also aromantic and asexual. As in you don't feel anything romantic nor sexual. And it can partially that it depends on the person, that it's like totally thing. Because as yeah, a romantic refers to an experience to little to no romantic attraction, so it might be possible that you find more romantic attraction to one person than the other. But vice versa, if you don't find any sexual attraction to somebody, or, you know, physically attractive, then it might be also possible that you're both, that you're like in the middle of them. And I guess that's ROAs then? So... like, maybe it doesn't make sense to you, and maybe you need to explore with it and try to date people, but it does make sense to me, because I can already pick out of it, like, ROAs and that sort of stuff. Oh, yeah, here, it says. Here, it already says, as you see, demi-romantic, demisexual. And that is also a thing, that is demisexual, demi-romantic. And it is totally possible that now maybe you don't experience that sexual attraction or romantic to people depending on base, but like in 5 years, for example, that you like completely are sexually attracted to one specific things. Like pregnant bellies, for example, or, you know, brunettes and that sort of stuff, or the females. Because when I became a transgender girl, I thought I was lesbian. And eventually learned that It might also be low demi-romantic, that you're maybe more aromantic than demi-romantic, as in gray romantic, as it says. You find sex porn and review it as a court. So it might be that you're at the broader gay romantic ship then? I think. Then on sexual flag, on the sexual tension, I think you're like asexual. And from what I like hear, from what I hear, what you tell me, I think like you're a or gay romantic then, as it's called. That you do experience romantic feelings, but on a little to no basis. Here. Now you know how to call it. Goh. Because I also do know people who are sexually attracted to both female and females, for example, are bisexual. But romantically, they only attract to males, as an example. So I do know people think. And I always say to people, like, it can be that on a sexual thing that you're different based than on a romantic thing. Or a romantic field. So. But hey, now, look. Now you found it weird and now you be like, hey, that makes sense. Yeah, see? Hey. See? You talk 5 minutes to a weird pregnant gendered girl on the internet and you know how to, like, properly... and now you know properly what your romantic and sexual areas are. Oh, I should become a psychologist. I did, like, I had a talk with my coach today on like my integration work, and I talked to her about my neo-gender identity, and I talked it in a spiral way, as in like, it is a spiral that you keep walking, as in you try to like expose who you are, you try to figure stuff out and that sort of stuff, and how my life went. And afterwards I went like, I should really be a psychologist because I'm explaining this so well and I'm so interested in this and I'd be so happy with this. And I blew her away. She was really sitting there. I blew her away and she was sitting there like, wow. Wow, Elise. So maybe I'm like way away for psychology. I figured out to be some kind of label for me. I know it could just be me thinking low. There are labels for people. The one is have more like I am thing and that sort of stuff. And no problem like thing. I always say that is like my opinion as like, self-claimed psychologist then. You shouldn't look at like, dating and sexuality as the same thing or romantic. Look at them. Maybe somebody who can help it too, but look at the stuff like it is okay to say romantically I only am attracted to girls, but sexually I'm attracted to both girls and men. And thing. And those two things are different. Same thing as gender and sexuality are different. Romantic feelings and sexual feelings are also different. Oh, I should be about psychology, Jesus. If my integration work doesn't work again, I'm gonna like drop her as a psychologist. I'm gonna drop it as a psychologist. But that is always the thing. Like, you guys and girls help me to discover who I am, and you guys and girls help me to figure out what my identity is, what my sexuality is. So it feels only right to say, I do the favor. Yeah, gender identity means that I do tend to prefer androgynous or feminine characteristics. That said, I have some masculine leaning people have been particularly attracted to. That is totally fine. And that sort of stuff, as I said. It can be totally fine that, like, you find the beard attractive to say something. You know, or, you know, the abs, for example. Not saying that women don't get abs, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So, and that's not the other way around too. It can be that you're totally attracted to breast, for example, but not anything man related. So, I forgot what androgynous was, but I'll switch in a minute. I mean, I do indeed like Wooba. But belly? Belly? Preggo? You know, Preggo your belly? Ugh. And belly too, of course. Well, let me quick Google what. Oh, person style characteristic. Ah. I see. Belly especially in fact. I wonder what do I have a belly? But that's the whole thing, as I said. Like, I always open up because I feel like if somebody makes the first step, others follow easily. And maybe because I'm so openly and talk about it that other people feel like, you know, they can easily talk about it too here. And as I said in the other hand, Twitch chat helped to find my identity and my sexuality. So why can't I return the favor? And that sort of stuff. Okay, just summon your deck and blow it up in no time. Are these baby No, yeah, you're willing to be open about it. Definitely makes more comfy to be open about myself, sexuality wise. So, yeah, see? Like, and this all stems because I was one day browsing YouTube, watching Genshin stuff, and I came across Rinchu, a Genshin stream. I don't know if Rinchu is still active on YouTube, I don't know. But the moment when I joined that stream, I was like, they were talking about her pronouns and how she was thinking about it. And I saw the whole chat just follow suit and be so open about it with any negativity that I said it forward. I want that in my community too. You can be who you wanted here. You can be who you wanted. You know, we don't judge your sexuality or any interest you have. Of course, there are limits in it, but to get that, you need to set the first step yourself. And that's all the reason why I also do a gender story on YouTube, to maybe push somebody into like, hey, be like, oh, you did it that way. Maybe it's in that for me, if I make sense. Does Rinchu even do it like on YouTube? Do they stream still? Hold on, I'm curious. Do they still? No, I don't think. I don't think she streams anymore. Maybe she just deleted her channel. So. But yeah, that became my goal with my community as Preggo gendered girl. And so. And yeah, if it helps, it helps. And now you know how to play your own sexuality and all it. And maybe you can help somebody else. You know, spread positivity into the world. Because we all have keyboard warriors that we hate. You know, if this guy didn't like negate effects, he would have already been dead. Wait, Shira. By the way, Shira, I assume this is you, right? Expo. No. I assume this is you? Wait, what? Huh? I'm not gonna win this. No battle damage. You take no battle damage. So yeah, but that's my life. And welcome to Preggo Elise, the pregnant Vtuber gender trans girl. Oh wait. What a stupid card. Wait, I should play this smart. Does this? Oh wait, I can't only summon this one. I thought I could activate its effect. Sadly. Was this able to do piercing damage? No. He's gonna take control of my monsters, huh? You mentioned romantically you're only attracted to women, or did I mishear you? I am pansexual, so I'm at, I don't look at gender. As seen with my girlfriend Resh, who is a transgender girl herself. I think I look more at personality, but on a sexual area, romantically I'm open to anybody, but on a sexual area, I do experience low to no sexual expectation and that sort of stuff. So I'm tetrary sexual, or gray sexual, gray arroways. No, gray asexual, if that's what's called. This is gonna battle face me directly, right? Yeah. I should have used this. I made a mistake. This is not gonna battle again, right? Yeah. Fuck's sake. I should have cancelled this one. I made a mistake. Close putting. If they didn't use like in the second turn their like negates effects, they would have been dead already. So I think it's called literary sexuality. But yeah, here, does not experience sexual attraction but comfortable having a sexual relationship for distant perfect child pairing, pleasing their partners. Like I said, for example, with my girlfriend, I don't mind having sex with her, you know, and as a pregnant girl, I don't mind bearing a child, even if I have a wish for that. So, you know, I wouldn't mind giving a blowjob or eating the person out and that sort of stuff, but I don't think I'm, like, attracted to it. If you get what I mean. I don't think I'm sexually attracted at all. So I think it's like... Like, and I'm like doubting if it's like too gray sexuality and that sort of stuff. Because I'm not always interested in sexuality and thing. Because, yeah, sex is nice and that sort of stuff, but I think I'm more interested in romantic stuff. So it might be possible that I'm asexual or like lightly. Like, real close to asexual. Yeah. If you want to make your own, like, thing to share around, that can always help. But, like, I think, like, I personally think I may even be, like, close to asexuality. But I don't think it's completely asexuality, because I do get turned on from things. So, like, some things do turn me on, but there's... Yeah, I prefer a romantic relationship, and I do note that some things turn me on. As in, like, you know, as transgender girl, some things make me hard. And I'm not just going to say because at this point the stream is already far too gone. But, there's nothing that I have, like, you know, if you do this, I will, you know, jump into bed with you and have sex. You know? But there are things that turn me on. So I think, like, I'm lightly sexual attracted. Or, like, not at all. If you know what I mean. If I make sense. If I don't make sense, just say it at all, then... So, but for me, romantic relationships are way better than sexual. Like, I think... Yeah, it makes sense to you, okay. Like, if it makes sense, then I'm still in a good way. For example, I think my girlfriend is more sexual attracted. And wants more sex. But I'm not always, like, into sex. If you know what I mean. Like, that is a thing that I do often notice when, like, I'm with my girlfriend. And she is, like making me horny and be like, hey, do you want to have sex now? You know, do you want to give a BJ? Girlfriend never gives BJ. I feel like it's often like, I feel it's often like, fine, I want to have sex with you, you know? And not just never because, like, I want to have sex. If I make sense. Thing. I don't feel like, but maybe it's because I feel obliged to, like, you know, give blowjobs or, you know, please my girlfriend. But I don't feel like like sometimes I don't feel that I want to have sex because I want to have sex. But that's me. So yeah, and that's the main reason. Purely on those experiences, I think, like, I'm really, yeah, then gray sexual attracted, or that sort of thing. Like, so at like very low intensity, But that, I guess that's me. It does make sense. You know, it's not that I like having sex. It's not that I don't like that, but I do feel like it's not thing. And I think, you know, maybe the stream is maybe too sexual and that sort of stuff, but sometimes talks like this should have. You know, we filtered all out. That's the funny thing. Is this person gonna do something? I say a few sex much the same as I don't go to moves or the fact it's fun and I do enjoy it, but I could live without it. And the female was a fun event. Do I see it the same way? Could I live without sex? I think I could. You know, I do like getting blowjobs and that sort of stuff. But as I said, I like it. I do like it, but it's not that I need it. And indeed, it's like going to the movie to a fair. I think I see it the same way. So it might be that I'm also like highly asexual or things. Like as I said earlier, like I do like it, and I want to say no to it. And some things turn me on, as in they make me hard. But I could live without it, in a sense, you know. And maybe that makes me also asexual, because as I said, when I was with my girlfriend, often I feel like I was more going, like, when she turned me on, that I was going to, like, you know, more have sex with her because it was mandatory, or thing, than like I wanted to have sex. And thing. So I might be like infrequently thing, but yeah. And that's the fun thing, like that's the fun thing I laughed about, because sometimes you need these talks to realize what you are and what you're attracted to, but this stream might be too sexual. Yeah, and thing. This stream might be too sexual, but we filtered all the bad people out earlier when I said, you know, I want to eat people and that sort of stuff, and, you know, ate a clone and that sort of stuff. So, is the game stuck? It's his turn, so... I don't matter, more time to talk. Thing. But like as I said, like, yeah, I can get turned on, and I can get hard from certain talk, but I'm not gonna, like, I've been 27 years without sex, or 26. So, yeah, I do masturbate, but most people masturbate, okay? You know, that's the thing. But these talks are needed sometimes, so, like, yeah, is sex nice? Yes. Do I like getting blowjobs? Yes. Do some things turn me on? Yes. But is that infrequently? Yeah, I think it even is infrequently as a narrate, because sometimes the same things don't turn me on as other times. And thing. So yeah, maybe as you said, maybe sex for me is as going to the movies, to the fair, you know, playing a video game that you like. It is nice, but you don't need it. You know, you don't need to go every day to the movie or every night. You don't need to go every night to the fair. You don't need to go every night to a fancy restaurant. So yeah, maybe I'm gay, asexual, now that I think about it. I'm gay sexual. Maybe I am gay sexual. Like, I don't think, like I said, I don't think I'm like asexual, because I do like sex, and it's good to have from time to time. But, and like I said, some things turn me on and get me hard, but like, yeah. I want to say that I don't need sex. Is this snitch thing? So yeah, I might be gay asexual as you. You know, that I've experienced sexual frequency. Yeah, like I do yeah, that was too expected. Like I do value romantic way more than sexual thing. thing. So, like as I said, and I think that's a good thing because, like as I said, like in wording, like in online text, like I love doing erotic roleplay. You're a racist. Hi, babe. Like I love doing erotic roleplay. I have done dirty talk in the past, and I always enjoyed that. But when it came to the action, I chickened out, basically. You're cheating. I told you this is a pleasure, dumbass, before I met you. Well, Shiranu, that's my girlfriend. Girlfriend, that's Shiranu. We were just talking about sexuality, you know? Which I often do on this channel. So it might be possible that I'm like real gay sexual. And maybe even demisexual, that if I have a bond that I feel more comfortable. And then, you know, that I feel more comfortable having sex. But on the other hand, when me and my girlfriend got together for the first time, we said first we get condoms, but that didn't last long. No, the first night it was an insta click. Yeah, but now that I think about it, the first night I had trouble coming. So that might be a sign. So. But how's your day been, babe? Also, if I ever do get pregnant, Shiranu, or, you know, if I'm pregnant, keep me away from my girlfriend, because my girlfriend stabs my belly all the time. I want to keep my belly. I don't want to be stabbed. I don't think it's love stabbed, huh? You know, I don't think it's love stabbed. But yeah, I think it might be possible that I'm really gay sexual, because I have to admit, the first time we got together, me and my girlfriend, and when we had sex, I had more problem, getting to climax than she did. I even choked on her the first time, so that says something. Like, we originally said to get condoms, so we didn't want to, you know, the first night that we got together have sex. But eventually did led to having sex. And I was the one who trouble had coming, or getting to climax. She not. But I also, yeah, I don't think it was even nervous, but the funny thing is, like, I even choked on her, almost. Which says something. But that's not what I wanted to do. I was hoping for. Thing. So yeah, that might be a good sign that I had trouble. That I'm be asexual. Or gay sexual, at least. You know, sometimes you learn about yourself something. To a friend. Well, I never told this until recently. I never told that to recently in an EGS story, came out with it, but my first experience was not like a straight experience. When I was 16, I had a gay relationship, basically, or a non-formal gay relationship, and that sort of stuff, and that eventually led to me being confused, because I thought I was straight, and I had sex there with giving blowjobs and that sort of stuff and liking that. So, but eventually that confused me and left me confusing, and I popped that away until recently. To like half a year ago. And then I made that EGS32 post. And then I made that post all on. Yeah, at the beginning of the year. In January. So I think that like tainted me. But never did something. So it left me confused. So I lost my virginity to somebody who was a friend to me once. But eventually moved on and that sort of stuff. Or, yeah. The story is a bit altered. Because I was a bit not really at age yet. Or 16. But, you know, it's more to protect you know, the other person's identity. And to make it more fitting with a bit appropriater than that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, that. So, but the person was also a friend to me, I thought. But that left me more confused than friend. Yeah, and the funny thing is, like as I said, I thought for a long time I was straight, but that tainting came back. You know, it was not that I didn't like that gay-on-gay relationship and that I gave blowjobs with pleasure, you know, but it did confuse me because I thought I was straight. And that taint stayed with me till I became a transgender girl when I became lesbian. Because I thought I always liked girls and that sort of stuff. But then still the thought of doing it with a boy came back to me, which led to me being bi, you know, which led to me being pansexual and now gay asexual. Well, I don't get to play my deck. So yeah. But I guess you learn something about yourself every day. Yeah, then maybe, like... Now that I hate this, maybe from the AI still, but that's maybe a good thing, because, like... When I have sex with my girlfriend, I am barely the first one to initiate it. Like, when I have sex with my girlfriend, she's always the one initiating. So she's the one, you know, doing the first thing and that sort of stuff. So. Little sexuality? Ecosexuality? So yeah, but that is interesting to think about because like, I did initiate here and there, but I have to pretty horny and in the mood for it. Usually most of my partners have been there, the one initiating. Yeah, if I now look back at like my girlfriend's relationship with my girlfriend, you know, then she is always like 99% the one initiating, you know, wanting to have sex, as in like trying to like, you know, arouse me and that sort of stuff. But I barely do that. And I might have to lie, sometimes I feel like I'm more climaxing because I force myself to climax. But because I did said to her, like, she sometimes puts on, you know, porn when we're having sex, or she gives me a blowjob to help me, you know, reach climax. And I told her once, like, don't you find that odd that you put on porn for me to just, like, help me climax? Because to me, you know, it feels a bit weird to say, you know, that I have, like, a woman, you know, moaning in my ear while my girlfriend gives me a blowjob. Because that's the thing, I don't want to, like, moan or, you know, climax to a random Russian woman screaming in my ear. Now, I want to climax because what she does. But it feels, like, weird. No, but she's okay with it. And if it helps me climax, then it helps, she said. And I was like, yeah, you have a point. But it does say something, and maybe I need to experience what I really, really like in the bedroom and that sort of stuff, and I have to figure it out with my girlfriend. But yeah. Now that I'll say this and that sort of stuff, it might be like that I'm demisexual or even gray sexual. And that sort of stuff. It makes way more sense. Where is my... Is that banned? What is my second piece? Thing, so... It makes sense. And yeah, what I've been reading is like mostly an AI post. You know, you say, hey, I'm like looking for the label myself. Oh, I am the noisy one during sex. I am the noisy one during sex. When I was with my girlfriend in Italy, I really had to hold myself in sometimes about moaning. I think I've learned to like be silent, but if I can moan, I do moan during sex. I do say that honestly. So that also didn't start more after I became female or my transgender side. Now that depends on the person, honestly, and that sort of stuff. It really heavily depends on the person, mostly. But like if I'm here with my girlfriend, like, there's not really somebody to worry about. Yeah, maybe my upstairs neighbors or my downstairs neighbors if I moan too hard. But, you know. And I also started to moan less and less, but... some people are into that. That's true. But... I don't think you should moan because of somebody's pleasure. If moaning is not your thing during sex, then you shouldn't do that. Because I started to moan because I like it. And it felt good. But I started to do it also less and less in the recent weeks. To sometimes not. Because on the other hand, to me, it feels like if I moan, you know, I tell my partner that I tell my girlfriend that what she's doing, that I like that. You get what I mean? It's more, you know, giving confirmation to your partner that what she's doing or what he is doing liked. So if somebody's, on the other hand, if it is somebody's king that you moan really, really hard during sex, you know, go for it. Like, please your partner, but you shouldn't go moaning because, like, you have to moan. You know what I mean? If I make sense? You know what I mean? Little thing. Keep in mind too, this guy would lay there like a dead fish during the act. Not that was proclaimed, but over here, like, the audacity of you to criticize my lack of money when you just lay there chilling while I do all the work. Yeah, I also think that it depends on the dynamic, because, like, for example, when, you know, when I give a blowjob to my girlfriend, you know, she can't really do much, and that sort of stuff. She can put my hands, you know, on my head and that sort of stuff, but thing, and vice versa. If I lay in bed, you know, and she gives me a blowjob, then yeah, you can't really do much besides like moaning. But on the other hand, when I have a rotor, like, yeah, I am doing the work, and that dynamic is also a thing. So I think there's a bit of the manic, but that is a funny story. Yeah, the context makes sense. But just give enough, I get, yeah. But for example, when you ride somebody, like I think I've rode my girlfriend once or twice during my stay in Italy, because she mostly likes me on the back, you know, doggy style. She mostly does doggy style because she liked that and it's easier to do. But I don't know how's the position called when she basically, when I put my legs up high and that she, yeah, thrusting. I know it's thrusting, but I don't know what's the position called. That I put my legs up and that she basically holds on to my legs in bed. I do like it, but you know, with the belly, it's a bit hard to do. So. Yeah, true. But like that's the thing, like I think like that's where I also feel like maybe I'm asexual, you know, or like gay asexual, highly likely. As if like I look back on what I've told today. But on the other hand, maybe I just need to experience in the bedroom things that I like. You know what I mean? Or you get what I mean? Where's my mouse stick? Where's my mouse? So, because for once when we were like, I was like putting my legs up and she was just trusting me like up close. When she jerked me off doing that, like I have to admit, like when she was doing that, you know, when she was trusting me and she started to jerk me off a bit, I like that too much. But as she said, like if you need to initiate more like than I do, like 99% of the time my girlfriend initiates. Or as for sex, you know, then I think like I classify it as aromantic, or not aromantic, like gay sexual, or maybe even two thing. Takes on the primary issue, nature big lack an interest, spontaneous urge to seek out sex, you rely on external intuition. Your girlfriend's attempt to take responsive desire, meaning you ain't only point, but your body can respond once the physical stimulation actually starts. There's a very common relation for gay sexual individual. Asexual education resources such as the archive also say climax is purely mechanical biological reflex. The sneeze analogy. I have to sneeze. Also comparing gay sexual organ to a sneeze, so someone tickles your nose, your body will eventually force a sneeze to release the physical tension. Yeah, I like this line with my relationship with my girlfriend. I think describes it perfectly. You know, it happens because of friction and physical touch, not because you were driven by an overwhelming passionate desire for that person. It can feel like your body is just executing a programmed reflex. As in sense of like, you know, eventually if you jerk hard, you know, if you jerk off long enough, or as they say it, if you like tickle my nose long enough, eventually I will sneeze. If you jerk me long enough, you know, if you give me a blowjob long enough, eventually I will climax, you know. So that makes like a lot of sense. Thing, and that describes perfectly how I sometimes feel with sex with my girlfriend. So maybe I'm truly gay asexual. Maar mijn AI told me that I'm this, that I'm a dumbass. I drink even head because I like pampering my partner. If I had to put a label... I consider myself a sort of soft dom. I think I'm more submissive. I would say that I like to be dominant. Or at least try to, but I think I'm more submissive. Like lore-wise, I always say I'm dominant. You know, I'm the dominant in bed. I take leads. You know, I'm the predator. And that sort of stuff. But... So, thing, and that sort of stuff. Like, I like doing it, but, you know, I wouldn't, like, mind living without. If you know what I mean. I think there is a party where I enjoy practicing. The state of seeing my partner in a vulnerable state and feeling a desire to take care of them and protect them. Yeah, that is true. What happened to, you know... Once per turn, when your opponents activate a card or effect on the field, quick effect. Take control of one of your opponents. Yeah, it doesn't say it controls, of course, it doesn't. That's stupid. Because I think that's why I like Soul 4 so much, because it's the idea of like caring about somebody. You know? I can't really do much. Hi Scarf, how is life? Scarf, now that you're here, by the way. No, I'm not winning. Does this count as targeting? This doesn't count as targeting, right? This effect. Well, does it count as targeting? I forgot I had that as rating. For you shall not pass. Does that count as targeting? No, right? This effect, like the quick effect, once per turn when you're... I'll be back when I take care of some things. I don't think I will be streaming long. I think for 30 more minutes maybe. Because I have like also shave and shower thing. So, but Shirani, if I don't see you, it was nice speaking to you at least. Yeah, that doesn't look like targeting. Now that's already what I thought. Because Because it says it's not affected by targeting my Raphael. But where is my Raphael? I hate so much about this game that there has to be the word targeting in description to say, you know, that the count as targeting. So I don't think I'm gonna win this. I think. But how was your stream? Well, in that case, I'll go in there. You take care and enjoy the rest of the scene. You enjoy too, and thank you for the talk. I think I'm dead. Just attack, you already won. Wait. Oh, well, wait, I'm not dead. I forgot that! I forgot that! Oh, I am this on the long... The last two duels were rough? Why is that? I have this actually on the long term. As long as I don't lose... Well, he can target it. Right? Maxi, rip. Is this really the only way I'm gonna win? Is it by Nightmare Wheel? By fucking Nightmare Wheel? I forgot what was Maxi for deck again. Would be funny, yeah, it would be funny. But the thing is, the only way he could... Like, the only way he could win is by destroying this. But as long as he can take away this... You know, as long as he can take away my metal slime, I'm basically invincible. I can touch him, but he can touch me. You know what I mean? I honestly thought it was dead, but I forgot he cannot be destroyed by battle. You son of a bitch. Don't say that counts. Never mind, I lost. Never mind, I lost. So, your deals went better. An attempt was made. An attempt was made. Yeah, I find it stupid because, like, officially my level 10 cards are not, you know, targeted by card effects. But targetable, but that doesn't say targeting, so it's not targetable. Like that is my head, you know, my head sees, like, you know, you have to target or select a card, you know, and because you have to select a card, it's targetable, which makes sense, but, no. You know, it doesn't have the word target in it, so it doesn't targetable. We didn't specify the word targetable, Elise, so it doesn't work. What was a good duel? When did I do that? When did I do that again? Why did I do that again? Flips. This stupid. Oh no. I have played against this deck because one of my viewers, Aurora, likes to use this deck. So I know what it does. But that means I have to like put the work into it. Because the idea of this deck is you use flips to build up like an immunity. And once you have that immunity, you can build up to your effect monster. And that effect monster, you have a card in that deck that basically... Or is it not flip deck? Huh? Oh, but basically the Thailand deck has a monster that like... How more cards are around it, the more damage I guess the cards it points to. But there's a card that basically says you can destroy that. But since your cards are immune to it, you can basically destroy the monster, do damage and... thing. Wake ups, yeah. I've never seen this one. Do I want to like activate it? I actually should, I should use more. Probably not that good. And now that I think, I should probably add more Raviel, Hammond, and Uriah to this deck. Because I have only one of them. Yes? Which card? Why did I do that? Why did I drop all my boss monsters into... Why did I drop all my boss monsters into... I don't think I get them out of the grave. Now that I think about it. I don't think I can get them out of the grave. Yeah, I thought maybe you could use them as fusion material, but I don't think you can. So... No, I can't. That's the problem. That's effect is negated. I shouldn't have done that. Ugh. I threw this soul away. I think I have one. And that was this one. Maybe one of the spell tap card. Yeah, I had to know. The first mistake was under the way, but like I think maybe there are spell and tap cards that I have in my deck. Maybe. Sure, go ahead, destroy it. Your fault, you can do damage. Oh no, 200 points. Oh no, anyway. Go, go, go. Hi, Kalzu. But like, I don't, like, do I have something in this deck? Oh. I'm trying to think of like, something in the deck. Oh no, not morphing jar. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway. Because I think Fallen Paradise I don't think does that. Maybe Dark Beckoning Beast is what I need. I think it's Dark Beckoning Beast that I need. Was that like a... Yeah. See, I... Oh, it's a Dimension Fusion Destruction. So there is... No, there was a card, but I was have to think which card it was. What the fuck is this? No, pink almost like graffiti. Yeah, a gate pattern. But basically it says banish from your hand, field, or graveyard the fusion materials and dimensions of a phantasm fusion monster. Then special fusion that monster. Well, I have my Metal Reflex slime still. You know, my Egyptian God slime. I don't think I get empty jarred. I do have more cards in my deck, so if he does this too much, you know, he's the one in the problem. I have more cards in my deck. So if he gets empty jarred, then I'm not the one in the problem. Now, no need to play your whole deck in one turn. There might be, you know, there might be a way to win this. If I'm correct, I have more dark back. Okay, never mind. I do have one more Egyptian God Slime. I do have one more God Slime in the deck, but I also have more Dark Beckoning Beast. What's this thing? Okay. I should have more Dark Beckoning Beast if I remember correctly. Or Dimension Fusion Destruction. But why is he doing this? I have more cards in my deck. About... You know about that. Oh, I have to select randomly. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This one? I'm gonna get empty jarred. I'm gonna get empty jarred. But doesn't this have to like... There's like not a normal monster in a graveyard. Select randomly, yeah. I thought was, you know, I thought I had to choose. And I was like, I can choose the flip jar, so I don't get flipped. Gonna fill up the deck again. Ah, shit, I'm at 39 cards. I need one more card to add to the deck. What's the point of summoning that? You're not gonna attack anyway. We both know that. Oh, that makes sense. I think I've seen it once. I can't remember. But I guess we see it in like 3 turns. So. You can banish one spell from your graveyard. Special summon this card from your grave. Why didn't he return the morphine jar? Oh, never mind. I guess I'm not gonna get morphine jarred, but how the fuck am I gonna win this? How the fuck am I gonna win this? Why did it... Okay. We're at equal cards. What happens if both players run out of cards? At the same time. This is a weird duel. This is a really weird duel. Well, I have my turn. Okay, what can I do? Could you not have done that? Oh well. Your doom. But that would not be enough. Would it? that be enough? Yeah, use it or lose it. Oh, he is at 9 cards, I'm at 7 cards. Oh, I've never seen that. Haha, wrong card, dumbass. You cannot target that with card effects. Oh wait, it was not extra. Yeah, I forgot that. Do I do that? I shouldn't have done that one. Well, I'm dead, I think. I don't think that works. But I'm gonna try it anyway, because it's my only hope. I don't think it works, but yeah, I was expecting that, but maybe they don't have the resource anymore to flip it down. Never mind. Has to be right this time, right? Ha! Bitch! Maybe I shouldn't be like so happy about it. You know, I need to survive this third. Never mind. I think I'm dead. There were so many chances I could, but like, I do want more. The one more duel, why not? Maybe not the smartest thing, but I have so much fun. You know, there was one. I had that almost, or there were many chances that I could have it, but no. Yeah, I had no more cards to draw. My cards were gone. Nimble Morgan. Remind me after this duel. Oh, Nimble Morgana. A, life points, B, stalling. You know, it's just stalling. Because if I get this to flip and destroyed by battle, you know, I get to have like life points, and it freely allows me to, you know, use Paris map more effectively. And that sort of stuff. If you get me. It is mostly a bit stalling, but I think Nimble is also considered dark. And since it's considered dark, it is easier to summon Raviel with it. So that is the dark. That's the thought behind it. It's easier to summon Raviel. Some cards do cost life points, which makes it easier to do that. And I can stall with it because if they destroy one, which nobody does anymore, I know. Shut up. But if you destroyed one, you have 2 extra on the field. What the? Yeah, there's a long time and I've seen Time Lord. But Nimble is mostly as in like, you know, stall at life points, dark. I think it's considered dark. Is it considered dark? I don't know. Or was Raviel Fiend? I forgot. Wait, I didn't take damage. Ow, this is per card set. Ow. Oh, 3 fiend monsters. Okay, now. What would be smarter to summon here? Yeah. Yeah, Uriah, but if I summon Uriah, it won't have any, and it's not set. I think Hammond will be better. Because this summon tokens every time they summon, so Hammond will be better. I think it will be a better idea, but I don't know how to get rid of it yet. I don't think I have anything for it. Because Uriah only can destroy set cards. And I do have Uriah's signature card, but I don't have it out in the field. So... like, I do have Uriah's signature card, but... okay. I think it's Uriah's signature card, but I don't have Yugioh. No. This will be a way to, like, at least start attacking. And that sort of stuff. Hello. I thought it was also negate this. I guess lesson learned. I guess lesson learned. I don't know if this is like spell detection. Why did it not allow me to change? Yeah, but it was an attack. And I started to attack. So wouldn't it be logical to assume that, like... Why did I target this one? Fair enough, but... Yeah, I read it has to be less than or equal to their life points. Smart move that requires me to extra attack. That requires me to extra attack. Yeah, I need them to destroy this one. Because I don't have the life points to do more things, but I don't think they will attempt to destroy me. I think. This is the long turn. No, but I have the more cards. So in theory, as long as I don't do anything, I will win. Is it just a dessert? But burning I can too. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, maybe they would have attacked. But... You think they would have attacked if I did that? I don't think they will, right? It's not a dimple. No, I don't think I can attack. Because it will do 3200 plus 1000 from his passive. So that's 4200. If nothing negates it, you know, and there's no trap that kills it. If you get what I mean. So I think I need to wait one more turn to see what it does. Because on the other hand, if they destroy Nimble... Yeah, but if I negate the trap with Hammond, I have to force Hammond into defense position. And if I force Hammond into defense position, doesn't attack. So... Which makes it rough. Thing. Because I have the card advantage, so in theory, if I don't do anything, he would lose. Because he runs out of cards first. Unless he has a way to get cards back into his thing. Because if it's truly a burn deck, then anything... You know, if it's a burn deck, then I have, like, the upper hand. So in theory, like, maybe it's a boring game. Yeah. But the thing is, I don't trust those traps, if you get what I mean. Because the thing is, if I go up and attack, I have to, like, you know, attack and pay 500. And if there's something to negate, then I have to negate it. And don't take the damage. Well, there are my nimbles. I could also... Yeah. I could try it so that I lower my life points, so that I at least know that, like, he wouldn't be able to destroy Nimble with, like, Fire Ring, Destruction Ring, but I've already seen 2. So... that's one. But... you know, if he gets a monster that burns me, then I'm done. That's true. I could do Fallen Paradise, that at least he cannot target Uriah or Hammond. But is that worth? we all have seen what targeting means. Is that worth to do? Fallen Paradise, just to avoid... avoid the conflict of burn. I think this is going to be a long-term duel. Is it worth it? Is that worth it? This feels so boring, but on the other hand, it's the way to win. Yeah, I have been thinking, like, is Fallen Paradise worth it? Just to, like, prevent burn damage. But we all know how the warding target loosely as a Yu-Gi-Oh! On the other hand, is it worth attacking? Because if I attack and there activates a trap, you know, then that's the thing. Like, on the other hand, if he will destroy my Nimble, I have 2 more, you know, choices. And that sort of stuff. Yeah, but I want to be able to get Armatite out of the field because I have to somehow find a way to summon Uriah and Raviel. And that requires me to pay 1000 life points. If I do it through Dark Darkening Beast, I think that counts also as 1000 life points. Or if that will count as 1, then I have to pay 500, and to attack I have to pay 500. Or... yeah, there's no immunity in it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but that still counts as summoning, eh? Want het is een special summon. So I can do 1 special summon. Yeah, but the question is, what would you suggest me to use then? In case I can't, what would you suggest to use to summon me then? Because I need beckoning beast, but it's a normal spell, so I have to activate it, set it first. Turn 34. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can add one. I can either add Raviel or you. I can use it to summon, like, get one of the others to the hand. If that's what you mean. I could try that. That will mean that I have, like, one in the end. I knew it. I should have put Hammond in attack mode first. God fucking damn it. Could I negate it then? Could I have negated if I put Hammond in, like... Yeah, I can negate any. So I could have negated it. Dang it. Yeah, but then the question was, I still have the other one in the end. I still need to do the other one. So... Huh. I have 2 Dark Beckoning Beasts in the deck. Or Dimension Fusion Drill. What is Dark Beckoning Beast then? How's that thing called? Oh, that's this thing. Never mind. Was worth a try. Was worth a try. Was worth a try. But... Yeah, I've noticed. I forgot that. I saw that. I should have put another one in. I have to sneeze. Oh. I want to do one more, but I should go. I should go. It's been 4.5 hours. I should change anything. This deck is fine. But like spell trap remotion, maybe maybe an RP Feather Duster just to like get rid of spell trap. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep too and that sort of stuff in 4.5 hours. So thank you for dropping by, thank you for watching the last bit. But I'm also gonna leave it in for 4 hours and 20 minutes, longer than I expected. Actually, longer than I wanted, but like, if you have fun in Yu-Gi-Oh, you have fun and that sort of stuff. So, I didn't expect that lesson to be so long. That was an interesting one, that sort of stuff. So yeah, if you enjoyed, I'm Preggo, Elise, your pregnant gender Vtuber trans all around the internet. If you like what you saw, I usually stream on Wednesday and Saturday. Make sure to follow so you get notified when I go live next time. Or you can also join my Discord as shown earlier through the stream through the link tree down below or !my Discord. And with that, I'm gonna say, if you want some more content, I will be back next Friday, Saturday, and that sort of stuff. So if you're interested in that, make sure to check it out. And with that, I'll meet all see you in the next stream. Until then, bye. Bye.